are going to make it back to your dojo. And you kind of have a half scraped off spiral circular shape on the back of your truck. And when you get to your dojo, are you going to park the trailer or take it back to the owner if you borrowed it?
I guess I'll take it back to the owner.
Okay. So you do take it back to the owner, and the owner's kind of a country person that they're like, "Well, Jeffrey, I thank you for bringing this back so soon. I was not expecting it until tomorrow."
Oh, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I won't be needing it anymore, so.
Yeah, well, it must have been one hell of a parade, I just saw the darndest thing.
Really? What's that?
One of those clown folk. I don't know if there is clowns probably at the parade. I'm guessing this feller lives out a little bit further in the country than I do, and he was just walking in the dirt, just kicking his shoes, his strange clown shoes in the dirt, walking down.
Did he make any markings in the dirt, or was he just?
No, he's just walking. Didn't seem like he cared at all about anything. Glanced up into the sky every once in a while, but don't know. His wig had fallen off also, so he looked quite strange.
Huh.
Yeah, but who knows? He probably walked off into those woods there.
Yeah.
He might live in the woods.
Yeah, he does.
Right? Because what's wrong with the clown who lives in the woods?
That's pretty suspicious. Have you seen anything else?
He was the only thing that really came over here. He just simply walked down the dirt road, dragging his feet. I bet those clown shoes get him tired, being so heavy and whatnot. It was strange. He had a pink poodle in his hand too.
Ew.
One of those balloon animals.
Oh.
He must have been from the parade.
Yeah, I reckon so. Anyhow, you be careful driving on back into town, okay?
All right. You have a nice day.
Well, thank you, Jeffrey. All right, so you're driving back into town, and you do see something yellow, silky, with polka dots, walking in front of you, kind of in the ditch on the side there. It's really laborious walking, like very heavy stepping, like they're really kind of walking in mud or something.
Do they look like a clown?
It definitely does look like a clown to you, Jeffrey.
Huh.
And yeah.
Sweep the legs. The legs.
I'm just gonna roll down the window and kind of yell out like, "Hey, what are you doing out here?"
Hey, clown!
Okay,
Oh.
Pee Wee Herman, clown.
The clown stops as soon as you roll your window down and say, "What do you call him, clown?" He said, "Just hey, clown."
I'm just gonna yell out like, "Hey, what are you doing out here?"
Oh, I'm so relieved to see you.
Why? Were you looking for me?
Yes, all day I've been looking. Yes, praise it be. I am
no, don't say praise it be.
Yes, I am done. And he leans over towards your car, and he throws a pink balloon animal, the pink poodle balloon animal, into your cab of your truck or your vehicle. He's like, praise be, and he runs off into the woods.
I'm gonna throw it out the window and drive off.
And you hear, no, no.
Keep driving.
I'm gonna like keep driving, but like be very confused and kind of, do like a double take. Like, did I just hear that?
No. And then you start driving and you get about maybe a mile outside of town. And that's about maybe, half a mile from that where you encountered the clown. And you almost have like, you feel deaf. Everything's very numb. Right. So is everybody ready?
Yes.
Ready as we're gonna be.
Yeah. All right. Well, again, just always remember this is your guys' story. I definitely will kind of help narrate and provide you guys with some challenge ratings throughout the game. So definitely, if you have any questions, let me know along the way. We'll try to keep, things interesting, and definitely right now, Dylan, you know that Boris might be feeling a little bit under the weather, but for the most part, he really just hates public events. He feels like there's too many eyes on him, and he doesn't really like going out in those spaces. So, out of all days today, the parade is happening, which is celebrating the founders of Hemlock Farms.
Mm.
And he is not really wanting to go out, and he kind of was a little aggressive towards you, so you just left him, and he's going to
Whatever.
chill at his home today. Yeah, he's going to be drinking his vodka today, in good old Boris fashion. So Dylan, you are leaving Boris's house, heading out to the parade, most likely. You see, two little kids. One of them vaguely familiar. He's in he's in like his karate outfit. Just kind of tying up his sash, looking up nicely. I identify this kid as Bobby.
Right.
You can tell because he kind of looks like a big cotton ball, kind of walking around tying his sash. And then you also see, another girl who's dressed in kind of like a lab coat almost, and kind of, a little bit younger than Bobby. And so you're going to approach Bobby, and Bobby's going to tell you that he's getting ready for the parade. And you kind of know the girl that he's talking to, but not fairly sure, sure who that is, and that's going to be Annika. So go ahead and Bobby, what's your first reaction on seeing Dylan?
Hey, Ballsack.
I'm like, was that your girlfriend?
Oh, what? What are you talking about? Girlfriend?
Yeah, that girl over there. Is that your girlfriend?
Oh, you mean Brainiac? No, we're just friends.
Yeah, right.
We hang out a lot. She's smarter than you, so
Probably.
I like to keep company. That's the improvement. But anyway, we're going to the parade. What are you doing here?
Same. And yeah. Well, you
Is
let
that
me.
your girlfriend?
Who are you pointing to?
Your right hand.
Really?
Dang.
Like,
Going for it.
how the hell old are you?
10.
I actually say that. How the hell old are you?
10.
You're pretty ballsy.
I mean,
Okay, and then so while you guys are discussing, Annika, do you feel like you want to speak up during that time, or are you just gonna sit and watch in usual, Annika fashion and take mental note?
I think I'm just gonna watch them just be boys and just do their thing.
Okay, so as Annika's on looking, Bobby and Dylan, Veda, you're going to notice because you live in that neighborhood, and you notice Dylan, and you see him talking to Bobby. Do you have any feelings about that? And are you going to go outside and ask Dylan what he's doing, or see if Bobby's all right? How do you feel towards that?
So I don't want to be too, I guess, invasive. So I'm gonna like go outside and pretend like I'm watering my plants just so I can make sure that he's not, Dylan's not harassing Bobby. So I just come outside and I'm like, doo doo doo,
Okay. So you feel
watering my
that
plants.
no
Normal.
notebook, right?
Huh? No.
Notebook in hand or no notebook?
It's in my back pocket,
Back
but I
pocket.
got my like watering can.
Okay.
Hey, Annika, you want some gum? Pop some
Sure.
gum in my mouth. I give her a piece.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby, you want some gum?
No.
Good. I
Won't
was
you,
going to give
James?
you any anyway.
All right. So as you guys are talking and Veda's observing, you guys see this moderately nice vehicle. It's all black, you know, with some shiny accents on it. It pulls up next to Annika, and the window rolls down, and it's one of Annika's not primary servants, but just one of the drivers, really, that you know her parents kind of hire whenever they're unable to drive Annika around. Being a Saturday, Annika knows that her parents are most likely not working, but is you know very having very important meetings right now with the mayor. Um, Not certain what the discussions are about, but as prior, you know, there is rumors that there's a discussion about a water park or theme park coming to town, and so there's probably a lot of preparation for that. Nice. And so um, the car's going to pull up, and a gentleman with really, you know, proper stance is going to get out of the car. Annika, your parents said that you have to go now.
Where are we
The parade,
going?
the parade float. Don't you remember? You have
No.
to be on the science fair parade float.
That's awesome, Annika. You should go.
Okay, can I bring
Yes.
my friends? I'm gonna bring my friends.
Well, if you must, we have to ask Bobby's parents. This older man child, I'm not too certain of him.
He's fine. Don't worry about him. He's harmless.
I'm cool, man.
Hmm. And what is your name?
Dylan. Nice to meet you.
Hmm.
I put out my hand.
Excellent, Dylan. And he gives you about, you know, $2.50. There's a bus stop up the way. You can catch a ride there.
No, he's coming with us.
Annika, must I explain to your parents that you're hanging out with this riffraff and accepting gum from the street vendors?
Yes.
Hmm.
Would
They
you like
wouldn't
some
be
gum,
very
sir?
fond of that.
I don't care.
No, Dylan. Anyhow, Bobby, will you ask your parents
Ask them what?
if you're going to be coming with us?
They said yes.
Very well. Come on, you two, get in the car. Dylan?
No, we're not going without Dylan.
Very well, Annika. If you must insist, then you come alone.
What?
He could ride up front with you, Jeeves.
Yeah, Jarvis.
Jarvis. AskJeeves.com is not invented at this time. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and you know, with your driver here, Annika, you definitely need to go ahead and roll a charm
Ooh.
because you're gonna try to charm him.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So how do I do that?
So go ahead and you're gonna roll a d4.
Oh, you're as bad at charming as I am. That's why we're friends.
I'm pretty good at charming, though. Can I try and charm?
Yeah, you might be able
Try
to talk your way into
charm.
I think I failed.
it.
Ah, yes. Well, Annika, you know, this attitude isn't very fitting for a prominent future leader.
Hey, what did you say your name was, sir?
His name is Jarvis.
Jarvis. Hey, you know, these two were left alone out here on the sidewalk here, and you know, I'm keeping an eye on them. I don't see why you got such a problem with me. Why don't you just let me go?
Well, if you must insist on letting them go, then I'm sure you can explain to Annika's parents and law enforcement
Oh,
why you felt like you must come.
you know, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for trying.
Sorry, Dylan.
All good.
Later, Dylan.
Yeah, and you can roll a grit if you would like. You're a
Me?
D20 at a grit for Dylan.
Oh.
Why would
'Cause,
he
I
roll a
mean-
grit?
Because if he's afraid of being arrested, he might have interest, but if he feels like, if he passes the grit, oh yeah.
That wasn't
So,
me.
okay, that was Annika, yeah. Annika, you rolling grit now?
I don't know what I'm doing.
No. Yeah, we're gonna get a grit roll from
So what does a grit do? If I
so
Persistence
so
in
grit
the-
is pretty much, it's going to show your persistence against this driver. And you're going to see if you actually are broken by his statement about the cops.
okay.
And so if not, I am going to see probably roll, I would say at least a 10.
What happens if he is broken? He just walks away, right?
What's my modifier? 0?
So in this situation, let's see, you have the rebellious, and I think it's going to be a 0 because you're not really acting out in rebellion. This is just simply against your grit.
Ooh, he
Oh,
nailed it.
very good.
Somebody's very
So-
gritty.
So with that, with his comment about the cops, you kind of started saying, oh, I think I'll be okay. And then, the servant's going to take a look at you and look at Bobby and see how, I guess, engaged Bobby is to you. And he's really going to kind of make that connection that you guys are actually more like friends than somebody to be suspicious by. And so he's actually going to let you hop in and take a ride. He's, of course, going to make you sit in the front seat.
All right.
Well, I guess Annika, Bobby, sit in the back. And you, what was your name?
Dylan,
Was
good
it-
sir.
Oh, I thought it was Daniel. Dylan, get in the front seat and keep your eyes forward.
Don't look at the children.
You must be hiding something, sir. Oh, certainly, of course.
All right. So
I
you
want
guys,
jump in the back of the car and bounce on the seat.
let's see. And so now, Veda, are you going to be going to the parade today?
She must consult her notes first.
Are you crotcheted to the
Um,
point that you don't go to parades?
You know what? The idea of a parade seems a little bit too people-y for me, so I will just hang out where I'm at.
Well, you were supposed to lead the float design for the school
Oh,
science fair. So
Right. Mm.
Responsibilities.
So I guess I have to go then. All right, I'll go.
okay, excellent. So you're going to go ahead and get packed up. Are you driving there, or are you taking public transportation?
I am driving there just because I want to be able to leave when I want to leave.
Okay. All right. And so we're going to go ahead and jump to the parade. We know Beta's in transit, also Bobby, Dylan, and Annika. And so we're going to go ahead and take a look. We're going to see Jeffrey making some final preparations on his float. It's a little rinky looking, but he's really proud of it. For some reason, there's a big Sasquatch character in the back of his red pickup. There's hay bales on top of it, so you kind of know it's going to be something where kids are going to be sitting down and waving.
Is a Sasquatch in a gi?
Right.
We're doing like a karate move, like a kick.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
And so one of the adults that's going to be helping him is Danny. Danny definitely wanted to show up a little bit early, just to kind of make sure that Levi was going to have a good spot on the float, and just to make sure that the float was going to check out safe, because Danny is very protective with her child. And so as you guys are setting it up, Jeffrey, go ahead and tell us about what are the final touches on your float? What does it look like?
So there's gonna be like two kind of like figures made out of hay that are like kind of like in karate poses, like fighting. And
Okay.
I'm gonna say the the Sasquatch most definitely has a gi on.
Okay. Okay. And Danny, tell us what you're doing on the float as you're helping Jeffrey kind of put those final touches on.
Well, I plan to. Are the kids sitting in the float? Is it like a trailer that you have hay stacks maybe on there, since the karate men are made of hay? Maybe you have hay stacks that the kids could sit on. So I'd probably just be a parent sitting on the float with the kids, making sure everything's going all right. Are we passing out candy? Oh yeah, this was the 80s. We could pass out candy then. We could chuck it right at their heads. So probably passing out candy, or throwing candy. And watching my kid, watching the other kids. There's not seatbelts, so they're sitting on haystacks. So I want to just make sure everything goes right.
Okay. And just real quick, Annika, go ahead and I'm going to add one adversary token for failing your roll with Jarvis. Okay, since you did fail that roll.
Good job, sucking.
And so I think we briefly went over adversary tokens with your character's each abilities. So do let me know if you have a question about using those or lending them in these situations, okay? As you start going.
So I kind of don't remember how these work. So adversity is,
Sure.
if we fail a roll, we get an adversity token. But but we can use them to do what? Add more?
So yeah, so adversary tokens, what it does is, if you're going to be using your skills, which is going to be the strengths, what'll happen is you can add a +1 to a person's roll, or you can use it to use your strength. So if you have the lucky, you can actually spend 2 adversity tokens to reroll a stat check. So that's the ability that you'd be able to spend those adversity tokens on. Now, if you're just simply helping your friend, then what you'll be able to do is simply give them a +1 to the adversity token, and then burn that token to give them a +1 to that roll. So it's like if somebody was trying to maybe tie something off, and you're like, oh, well, let me help you. You'd give them a +1.
Okay.
And that's something that, it can be loosely done. So it doesn't have to be post or pre-roll that you call it. I definitely will say, depending on the strength that you're using, if it's something like a re-roll stat check, then yes, you can go and do that. But most of those are going to be done after the roll, so that you can use that adversity to better your outcome.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. And so what we have is Danny and Jeffrey working on the float. And you're going to start seeing, people lining up to the parade. You definitely, want to make sure that Levi's going to be in a safe spot. And Jeffrey, how do you feel about Danny wanting to ride on the float with you?
I think I'm fine with it. She's just watching her kid, so.
Okay, excellent. So we're going to go ahead and talk about Annika, Bobby, and Dylan. So you guys are in the car approaching the parade. Crowd's really thick right now, so Jarvis is driving slow. Jarvis is trying to weave in and out of traffic, making sure that he's not running anybody over. You start seeing all these different colors and balloons put up on floats, and some floats look really great, and then some floats you're just really kind of questioning, did they even put efforts in? What is some of your favorite floats that you guys are seeing while you're arriving to the drop-off point? Dylan?
For sure, my favorite float is Sasquatch.
Sasquatch?
Yeah, and I'm like, yep, figures. I just knew it.
Yeah. Do you say that out loud?
No, but I probably stick her a little bit, and I say, "Hey, Jarvis, you see that Sasquatch float over there?"
Yeah, quite fictional.
What and there's I probably see like there's probably the like the town float, right? There's like the
Mhm.
Hemlock Farms float with the
Very
that the
grand,
mayor
flower.
probably sits on, I'm guessing.
Right. Yeah. They have a float, and then of course the car that he sits on the back of, a convertible.
Okay. And I'm like,
Mhm.
of course. I'm just like, meh, like another stinking parade at Hemlock.
Hmm.
But I definitely want to check out Sasquatch just because, well, it's weird.
Okay. Annika, what is your favorite float?
I'm gonna say my science fair one is the one I like the best.
Okay. So we know that you probably put in a lot of hard work and design in that float. And so you do see over there that there's Veda kind of, she has her notebook out, and I think she's, definitely making notes on the float. Can't be too sure, but you do identify Veda, and she's, making some final checks over. And so with your design into the float, what does it look like?
Um,
It's got beakers.
yeah.
Veda, do you want to kind of help what you're looking at, what you're working on with the
It's
float?
like an engineering thingy. So yeah, Veda.
I would say that yeah, I would say it looks
Rockets?
like a mad scientist lab.
Cool.
Oh, very nice. Okay, excellent. And then Bobby, what float catches your eyes? Are you definitely with the Fire Flip Karate Academy, Sasquatch?
Well, first off, let's do the approach. So Bobby is going to tell. I'm gonna be like, hey, Jarvis, you drive like a grandpa.
Well, it's crowded. If you insist, I can let you guys out here.
How far are we from the float?
You guys were probably about. You guys can see them off in the distance. So I'd probably say maybe about like a quarter-mile walk, not too far.
Yeah. All right. Let's. Yeah. Stop. Pull over. You're not getting anywhere anyway. We can get
Very
there faster.
well.
And I'm like, Annika, let's go. And I just open the door and pull her out.
Okay. Annika, remember you have to be home by 6 today.
Yes, Jarvis. I will be home.
Very well. And then Jarvis takes out a little clipboard and starts making notes. Dylan, strange character.
Everything with the notes.
Doesn't smell very nice.
Jarvis, I'm still in the car with you, buddy.
Oh, yes. What are you doing? You can get out. I'm not driving you anymore.
You want some gum?
I do not have any time for your shenanigans. Please exit.
All right, keep it real, brother.
Thank you. And as soon as you open the door, he hits the lock button.
Oh, that was funny. I leave my pack of gum for him.
So you guys all exit the car. You close the door. He starts backing up and he stops and rolls down the window, and you see a pack of gum fall out of the window. Just kind of flung down, hits the floor.
It's litter. I'm upset with Jarvis.
And then he does like a 3-point backup, and then while he's driving away, he gets to the clear, and then he just really kind of guns it. Like he has to go on to another job or he has to pick somebody else up. Okay.
I pick up that gum and take it back.
All right. So Jarvis, the driver, leaves. So you guys are all at the parade now, and it's definitely getting a little bit more festive. At first, it was just really crowded, people mumbling, walking around, but you're starting to see a lot more organization. You see the clubhouse guys lifting up the popcorn machine. They're counting in unison, 1, 2, 3, and you see this golden popcorn machine.
You never asked Danny what her favorite float was.
Well, because you're working on Levi's float.
I didn't see any floats walking by. Whatever.
No,
No,
apparently
you got there super early.
He never let me get to mine either.
Yeah. plus everyone's starting to line up. So we'll definitely jump back to your guys' float. So everybody's lining up now. We have the marching band. You guys can hear that, them playing their cadences in the background. It definitely smells like popcorn for some reason. You can see the clubhouse float way off in the distance, but it just smells like popcorn, buttery, salty.
You know what, the clubhouse, they have the little guy, those, like, they wear the hats and they drive the little cars.
Yeah, the Shriners. They definitely have Shriner members in their little goat carts, so you hear them putting around and doing little spins in the streets. And one thing that you do notice though is there's this crowd. Really, it's really like a collection of black clothing, kind of moving in unison, and you kind of make them out as these group of women just looking at different buildings, pointing out very suspiciously. One of them has like a scowl at one of the floats. Definitely they're looking at this Sasquatch and they're doing this wavy finger thing and they're saying no, and you hear them, well, I never thought that this would be in the parade. This is hideous. Wait until I tell my husband about this. And then they scuttle off. Yeah. And so Danny, so as you're kind of seeing the floats come by, what is Danny's favorite float? What does she see?
Well, she's not going to admit it to her friend Beta, who's warned her of the HOA, but I couldn't help it. The HOA's float was so grand. It is a giant swan made of white roses.
Ah.
It's a giant swan made of white roses, and at the top, there's the swan has a crown, and the president of the HOA is inside the crown waving. Inside the crown.
Very nice.
Waving and throwing candy to all the children below, and it's just this never, and it's all they're full size candy bars. They're full size candy bars.
Oh yeah.
And then the swan is swimming on a bed of pink roses and blue roses. It's
right.
Thing I've ever seen.
Right, because the housing authority definitely has the bucks. Yeah, they definitely do. You guys see that is the grandest float, and of course, everybody's lining up behind them. So that definitely is,
Massachusetts. It's on it.
Right. So that's so definitely you could tell that the HOA group was really going through judging everybody's floats. Not for the competition, but just because they could. And so, what's going to happen is, Dylan, are you going to watch the parade or are you going to go with Bobby and Annika to their respective floats?
Well, I want to be nice to Annika because I don't really know Annika too much, and I just got this ride, and it was kind of fun anyway, a little bit. So I'm gonna give Annika a little bit of attention. I'm just like, hey, Annika, why don't you show me where your float is?
Okay, so I'm gonna lead him over to our float.
And also, thanks for sticking up for me back there and get me a ride. That was kind of cool. You don't really know me.
It's fine. I see you around town, and you're not a bad guy.
Yeah,
so I figured you'd like a ride in a limo, maybe at least once.
Yeah, that was super awesome. That doesn't happen often, so totally appreciate it. Hey, do you care if I smoke?
I don't like it.
Smoking's bad for you.
All right.
Yeah, it's
Gross.
bad for you.
All right. But in a minute, I gotta bounce it. But I want to see your float. Show me your float.
We're gonna show him our float, and Veda's there.
I see Veda, and I totally don't make eye contact with Veda at all.
Kind of like this float, although I think my bad float's better.
Just shows Veda how good he is with kids,
Your float doesn't have a Sasquatch on it. I'm just saying.
Annika, this float is awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about it? Like, what is this? What is all this stuff?
It's based on a mad scientist lab. So
awesome.
Because
is this the kind of stuff you're into?
Yeah, why not?
Wow. Cool. Who's this? And I point to Veda.
This is Veda. She's been helping me with a project.
Oh, hi, Veda. I'm Dylan.
Hey, how's it going, Dylan?
Well, she knows that, Dylan. She knows that.
What are you saying,
She
Bobby?
knows.
I said she knows that. Veda knows everything.
Oh,
Oh,
I thought I heard that. Well, nice to meet you, Veda. And I sneak a wink.
mhm.
Anyway, Bobby, what do you got going on?
What?
What's your float, buddy?
I mean, it's the one with the Sasquatch. How could you miss that one?
Oh,
You
I totally
boys
saw
do.
that. Let's go see the Sasquatch. I gotta mess with Jeffrey a little bit.
All right. You'll run over to the Sasquatch float. And, I'm going to comb my hair by putting my hands through it.
I comb my hair with my goody hairbrush. I just slick it back and throw on my bandana and light up a smoke. Because I have complete disregard for Bobby at this point.
Smoking is bad.
Yeah. Why don't you go take
Oh,
a
yeah?
bath, buddy?
All right. I'll sock him in the gut.
I don't want to embarrass you in front of your girlfriend, but
So Jeffrey, you do see Bobby walking up with Dylan, and you definitely do see this plume of smoke.
Dylan is stalking Bobby. Let's get this correct.
Dylan is escorting. Maybe. Do you feel comfortable with Dylan walking towards your float? And remember, Danny, you see this too, also. So, what is your guys' take on that? You
Remember,
see Bob...
Jeffrey, you could beat his ass.
Karate.
So we see he's hanging out with the 10-year-olds and walking towards the float.
Right. So he's with Bobby, and Bobby's making his final approach to the float, and Dylan's with him, kind of smoking a cigarette.
not kind of, but like totally enjoying it.
Oh yeah, I guess it's true.
I'm smoking it with meaning.
He's shuffling behind me.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
I'm taking care not to like blow smoke at Bobby's face, though.
Yeah, I can't imagine Danny would confront him. She would just, touch her hand on Levi's back and make sure, okay, my kid's fine. He's not getting the secondhand smoke. She doesn't really care about it. The rest, she tried to convince Levi to watch the parade, but he insisted he wanted to be in it. So, all right, we're in it. We're on the float, and I'm just watching.
So you're comforting Levi, just kind of maybe making sure, being the parental guidance at that point. If he's like, oh, that's cool.
Different floats, showing him different, talking to him. Yeah.
Okay, and Jeffrey?
I'm gonna go up to Bobby and like make sure that Dylan's not like messing with him or anything.
Nah, he's just a fool.
And so what are you going to tell? Are you going to talk to Dylan or just Bobby?
He just wanted to see the float, I think, to be honest.
I think I'm gonna confront Dylan, just be like, like, what are you doing around here, kind of thing. Like,
what are you doing here, scumbag?
This is a parade, and I like your float. Is this some sort of a exclusive parade or something? What's the problem?
Well, it's not good to be smoking around these kids. We're just out here trying to have a good time.
I stick my tongue out on Dylan, and then I go climb onto the float.
That's okay. I was already done anyway. I flick my cigarette and pop in some gum. You don't want a piece of gum?
I'm good, thank you.
I give a couple of quick kicks to the strawman. This is cool.
So while you guys are making your final preparations, you guys hear this screaming, like this big crowd screaming, in just sheer, excitement. And he hears somebody scream, "It's James Hemlock, he made it!"
Oh my
and
God.
You see this very almost plastic-looking man. He has slick back hair. Definitely looks like he's, dressed very very popular for the time frame. So very bright colored track jacket. Definitely has a sweater vest underneath. He's, definitely walking around, shaking hands. And you could see that he's walking his way to the podium where the judges are going to be sitting. And, everyone's just kind of screaming, and there's cops escorting him, moving him to the side. And, so he finally makes it up to the top of the stage where he's going to be watching down onto the parade.
How old was he?
So we didn't really come up with an age, but he definitely is, he's a movie star, so he definitely has some of his youth with him.
Because I feel like maybe I might know him, but he's older than me. But like, I might know him. I might have had a run in with.
Right. You guys might have gone to school. Definitely. Maybe he was a senior and you're in a lower grade.
Mid to late 20s.
Yep.
He's still pretty young.
Yeah. So Dylan, you might know him from school, but he definitely never talked to you because he, he was always he's a, football player and always very popular, of course, just like all the Hemlocks prior. And so you see this, this crowd just kind of come to like a stop, and as he gets to the top and he sits there and he's talking to everybody. He says, let's see. He's looking around at the floats and he says, I see everybody has worked very hard on their floats today. If you guys don't know me, shame on you. And everyone starts laughing. He says, now let's let the parade go on. And the crowd kind of comes to still and kind of returns, and you start seeing the clowns lining up. There's a lot of clowns. And one thing that, Bobby kind of sees is you're standing up on the float and you see this homeless man, and he's just sitting there, and he's looks like he has like some chalk, and he's just going in a circle on the floor, and people are just walking around him. Okay.
The spirals.
And so you just see this guy sitting there, and then he feels his presence, and he stops and he looks at you. And then he just keeps drawing his circles, and then he looks back down.
He looks at who?
He looked at Bobby and Jeffrey because he saw Bobby. He felt Bobby staring at him.
I wave. He's obviously looking at us because we're on a float.
And so that wave doesn't even stir him. He just continues. So now this is going to put everybody. You guys are lining up, jumping on the float. Veda, where are you riding on the float?
I'm kind of in the back, so I can kind of look and see how everything looks, and just kind of have like an eagle eye view, I guess.
Okay. Annika, where are you on the float? Are you with Veda, or are you kind of
No, I'm in the front with the other kids.
The other kids? Okay. And Danny, did you end up riding on the float with Levi, or are you gonna walk?
No, I'm gonna ride with him.
Okay.
I was gonna get off. I was thinking about it. I was leaving him with Jojo, but then I saw Bobby and the homeless guy, and I'm staying.
Ever the helicopter parent.
And then Jeffrey, for your float, are you riding on the float, or are you walking and handing out little promotional flyers, doing little karate moves?
I'm gonna be doing karate moves, but like on it, and then like kind of like tossing out shirts with the logo and like the name of the place.
Fancy.
Okay. I know. I was gonna say shirts. Dang. Okay. Dylan, that puts us with. Are you watching the float? And if so, where are you standing?
Yeah, I think I probably I was just with Bobby, and I sort of see him eyeballing that homeless dude, and I actually know this guy. So I walk over to him, and I just watching the floats, and I'm like, "Hey, Sam, the hell are you doing with those? What are you doing?"
Spirals.
Yeah, are you drunk, bro?
Spirals. Oh, spirals. Don't you see the spirals? Look at the spirals.
I see your spirals. What are you doing?
No. There are spirals. All of our spirals. You, me, them, spirals. Spiral's here.
Ooh. You okay?
Yes, spirals. I have to go though. I have to go. Anyhow, look for the spirals. Find the
I
spirals.
give him a little knowing sniff. I just want to sniff him out, see if he's like, does he smell like weed or does he smell
You
like
know,
alcohol?
surprisingly, yeah, surprisingly, you were anticipating because he is, he is a drunk. Sam is a drunk, and he definitely is always intoxicated, and you know this because you don't really mind that he's a drunk because he's probably a connection for you. But he smells refreshingly clean today.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, and
Was
what's and
does he? Do you say he left? Just got up and walked away?
yeah, so he looks at you and he keeps talking about spirals and spirals, and he keeps moving his hand around, and he's frantically looking around, and he just starts walking, pacing, and then runs off into an alleyway.
I'm definitely interested in what he's up to. I follow him, but
Okay.
at a distance. I just want to see what he's doing.
Okay. So you follow him, and you barely catch the clip of him kind of exiting the alleyway, making the turn. And so you keep hearing him laugh. He's
God, yeah. Well, I continue following him.
okay. And so you stop.
It's
and
daytime, right? I mean, we're in the daytime.
It is
so
daytime.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's probably like mid-morning right now. Kind of parades sometimes start a little earlier, but this is definitely mid-morning. So it's very crisp right now. There's very crisp, and that's one thing is you do see him standing there because it kind of came to like a dead end almost.
Yeah, I'm just like, Sam, where are you going?
And he's like, spirals.
Where
And
are
he
the
just keeps
spirals, Sam?
laughing, and he's looking up, and he has his palms facing upward, and he's just looking up, and he's yelling, spirals, 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 and he collapses.
Oh, I
In the spiral.
check. Is he still awake, or is he just?
Yeah, he's still like he's laying down, and his eyes are open, and he's breathing.
I slap
And
him.
okay, and he stirs a little bit, and he goes, huh,
Man,
"Whoa,
snap
Dylan,
out of it, dude.
what the fuck?
Are you
What am I
right,
doing?"
dude? You're just talking about spirals, man. What the hell's wrong with you?
No, oh, I don't. Maybe I drank too much last night. Oh,
Hey, you need hair of the dog, buddy.
yeah. No. I don't know. I
Need
was
a
walking.
smoke?
Yeah. Give me
I give him a
a
smoke.
cig. Yeah.
Dude, you were just like yapping about spirals everywhere, and like you kind of went nuts.
I don't know. I need some time. I came from the bar, but I was just walking, and the bar on the outskirts, I think it's called the wooded beaver
Yeah, know
tap.
that
Yeah.
place.
I was just having some drinks there with the guys. I don't remember what happened.
Hope you didn't get spiked.
And spiral, and he's looking at his hands, and his hands are kind of raw, like his knuckles are scraped. Um, and he definitely, has like a little tremble to him, and he's smoking his cigarette. I don't know. My hands hurt though. Dylan, I'm gonna go. And he just walks away with some haste.
Okay. I'm just sort of like, okay, Sam's fucked up, and I just go back to the parade, and I kind of want to like eyeball the popcorn situation because it's a legendary popcorn machine, and it's not usually brought out, only maybe once a year for this stupid parade, and I'm just like,
Mm-hmm.
hey,
Yeah.
these people love this popcorn machine.
Right. So with the popcorn machine, you do see one person who's kind of like holding it, just staring off into the agitator as it's spinning. and he's just mesmerized by it. You can tell, and you kind of you see the glow tint on his teeth and his eyes, and he's a little sweaty, and he's just staring at it. And then somebody comes up behind him, like, oh, yep, old Poppy here, and then like kind of spanks it a little bit. And you just see these guys kind of like laughing and talking about their beers last night, and when they're going to go golfing again. But obviously that popcorn machine is very legendary, so important that they decided to put it on the float.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Are there people walking around that float, or are they just on it, or what?
No, they actually have, so they do have people walking. And strange enough, they have popcorn in the popcorn machine, but they're not handing it out.
I'm just gonna walk with them. I'm just gonna try and walk with these old men.
Okay, so they're gonna kind of like look at you, but they're gonna think, oh well, maybe he's part of the float behind us, which is like, they have like some rollerblades, and some of them wearing big baggy pants. Definitely kind of the cooler kids for the time. And you definitely know that it's it's the roller derby that's located, in the next town over. They're trying to do some promotion. So
I'm just gonna try and blend in and just watch the goings on from within this. Like, I feel like I'm camoing myself, just watching.
Okay. All right. And so then, so now we're going to go to Annika and Veda on the float. And one of the children's going to be talking to Annika. This child is probably around the same age, definitely not as astute as Annika. And so they're going to be talking to Annika. Oh, look, it's Annika. Annika, the little smarty pants. What's wrong, Annika? Too busy thinking?
I'm not awake enough for this.
Am I by her? I'm like all of a sudden like get defensive, like, you leave her alone, you silly kids.
Wait a minute. Don't you have an accent?
Me?
No.
No, Veda.
Veda.
Oh.
No, I'm not. I'm American.
Oh.
He just speaks the old tongue.
I see.
Okay, so Veda, what were you telling the kid?
I was just like, you kids leave her alone. She's gonna be like an amazing scientist one day.
And I know both your mothers.
Yeah.
What? Let's see. Well, she started it. We said hi to her, and she didn't even say hi to us.
That's not what happened. Stop lying.
Oh, Annika, I'm not a liar. And whatever. Jeez, this is bogus. I'm done with this. And
Right, get off the float then. Nobody's stopping you.
You want the kid to jump off the float?
Yeah, why not? I'll push her off.
Dang, I was gonna say Veda has a huge alliance to Annika. Hold on, I gotta note that.
Veda is just Annika's future self.
What?
Veda is just Annika's future self.
Probably.
Just doesn't know it yet.
So, while the parade's going, you guys are slowly moving along. People are cheering and you're waving, and you guys are like, "Oh my God, look, there they are!" You still hear the Shriners going around. And then, Jeffrey, you're going to be walking, and then all of a sudden, something's going to stop in front of you, and it's going to stop and pause. It's very colorful, and it's and then you see this bunch of clowns walking around, and one of them you kind of know just because he's He's probably your age. You probably see him at the bar once in a while, and he's just like he's a street performer. He works at a known company that does like, guest character appearances. I got to tell you, I can't laugh like this anymore, Jeffrey. Ugh. Yeah.
How far is Annika's float from my float?
How far is Annika's?
Mhm.
It's probably one float down. If you kind of tilt your head past the one behind, you'll be able to,
So she's
see.
behind me.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna climb to the top of the Sasquatch, stand on it, and way better.
Oh.
Annika.
Well, Jeffrey, I think one of your kids is up there climbing.
Oh God, get down from there. You're gonna fall off.
What? I ain't gonna fall.
Yeah, you kind of start seeing the Sasquatch to really shake, and you're starting to question your ingenuity on putting those things together.
I'm gonna Jeffrey's gonna try and do a backflip over there and then grab onto the Sasquatch and like kind of hold it steady so it doesn't fall.
Okay, so Jeffrey, go ahead and with a challenge rating of 2, since you're a martial artist, give me a D6 roll for your flight.
In before 1.
How do I make it roll?
You just click the word flight.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to enter a modifier?
No.
No.
Just click submit.
Oh my god!
Ooh. So you definitely you're kind of distracted, and you definitely do see Bobby up there, and so yeah, you go ahead and do this nice little backflip, and reposition yourself and jump on the float, and Bobby, you're going to see him coming towards you. What's your reaction?
I'm gonna wait until he gets close enough, and then I'm gonna jump down on him and use him to climb down.
Okay, so go ahead and with a challenge rating of, I'm going to say 3 because you're jumping from this unstable, but you have a +1 to your flight. So give me your flight roll +1
Oh, okay.
because you are a child, so you have a little agility. All right, so you really kind of you definitely made this look a lot cooler than you anticipated, and so all the kids on the front like, whoa, oh man, that was so rad, Bobby. Jeffrey, he's gonna jump off that Sasquatch mannequin and jump on your shoulder and kind of climb down a little bit. Are you gonna scold him about that?
I'm just gonna be I'm just gonna say I'm glad he's all right and that he didn't fall off the float, but I'm gonna tell him like to kind of quit messing around.
Mm-hmm. Danny, what's your reaction?
You're on mute.
Oh, unmute.
You muters.
I was eating. I figured you'd rather me mute than be smacking into the microphone.
It's more realistic because you're eating a hot dog on the float.
Yeah. So, are they passing out this popcorn for people to eat, or it's just there?
So it's just there. They're actually handing out, little hard pieces of bubble gum. It's that, pink and blue
Bazooka.
wrapper.
Bazooka gum.
I mean, it probably might be something along those lines, but definitely, that it's
Hard as a
loses its
rock.
it loses its flavor after about 30 seconds.
We're going with bazooka for sure. All right, so yeah, both Levi and I are eating a hot dog, and and we see all this mess going on, I'll be like, hey, watch out, there's kids on this float.
Oh. And you're telling that to Bobby or
Who was the other one?
Jeffrey was the one going to take him down off the Sasquatch.
You know, the sensei.
The sensei. So can you, sorry, I was paying attention, but I was eating. So I missed a bit. I missed a bit of it. So can you re-summarize what happened?
Yeah, so Bobby was climbing up on the Sasquatch to wave to Annika.
Okay.
And it started shaking, and Jeffrey knew that there, maybe it wasn't the best standing structure. So he went and, he did a backflip and landed it and went up and was about to grab Bobby from the Sasquatch when Bobby went ahead and jumped off the Sasquatch and used Jeffrey to kind of climb down.
So is he on the float still, or did he jump off the float?
Well, I'm still on the float.
Yeah, he's still on the float.
He's still on the float, so he
Yep, and I just sat down next to Levi.
And he just sat down. Okay, so you're I'm going to ask you if you're okay. Are you all right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be?
Please don't do that again. You don't need to do that again. You're going to hurt yourself. Thank you.
Don't do what? Don't do what?
You just climbed on top of the Sasquatch. We all saw you. Please don't do that again. I don't want you to get hurt. All right? Thank you.
Your mom's kind of uptight.
And not only that, you could hurt one of us.
Your mom's kind of uptight, Levi. Just saying.
Well,
No,
I think
my mom.
Be careful. All right, buddy. Thank you.
Oh, Bobby got a scolding. Okay, so Dylan, you're kind of, are you making your way back to the parade after running into Sam?
I'm sorry. Was I doing what? Running after Sam?
Yeah, so after Sam, Sam kind of walked off.
No, I was camouflaging I was kind of like blending in with the popcorn squad, and I'm just
that's right.
And I'm just watching the goings on because I just find it super weird, this popcorn machine. Even weirder because that one dude was all spirally for a minute there. But like,
oh, he's still, yeah, so he's still standing there. And every once in a while he breaks his gaze from the popcorn machine. And he keeps waving, every once in a while, but he definitely is really fixated on that agitator or that pot there.
Yeah, and when I'm following them and watching them, I'm just like, man, I need to get Boris involved. Why isn't he here? Because Boris is just the guy that could break into their little clubhouse and we can get a better look at this popcorn machine. And I kind of want some popcorn. What the hell? Why aren't they giving out popcorn? It's so weird.
So while you're walking, you're gonna kind of, you're blending in. You're definitely like, listening to these, the good old boys club, just kind of like chatting and talking about their weekend plans. And you kind of look at one of them, and he looks at you, and he kind of turns around real quick, and he's talking to somebody else. He's like, "So, are you going to go to the clubhouse this weekend?" And the guy's like, "Well, yeah, of course I'm going to go to the clubhouse. It's like the best place ever." Another guy's like, "Well, not that clubhouse. I'm not talking about that clubhouse. The other clubhouse." What? Okay, we don't, you must be new. You're newer. We don't talk about that in public. And the other guy like kind of stands up and looks around.
I'll be back.
Okay. But definitely you kind of do catch a little bit of jargon about this other clubhouse. And so, that guy kind of slows down a little bit because that other guy was pretty mean to him. So he kind of stops and falls back a little. And so, yeah, so you're going to be walking in, you're about to bump into him or collide. Are you going to keep walking straight, or are you going to try to avoid him?
No, I'm actually going to like sidle up to him and be like, that's kind of a dick, huh?
Oh, who, James?
Yeah, James. What's up with that dude?
He just thinks he's, like James Hemlock. I don't know.
you know what? Everyone wants to be that, but I've been to that clubhouse. It's, ain't no thing.
The clubhouse?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So it's the one right next to the park.
Yeah.
Yeah, we meet there all the time on the weekends. This is where the popcorn
I
machine
haven't
is
been there in a long time. I had a kind of falling out with.
Oh,
I had a falling out with James at least a few years back. So
oh.
yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Go ahead and Dylan. He's a little bit older, so definitely you're gonna roll a charm. Um, because you're trying to, I think you're trying to nosy up to him and kind of get more information about this clubhouse.
I'm totally doing that.
Levi, watch this.
Yeah, and so go ahead and roll a charm, and that's going to be a difficulty of 3, because he's a little suspicious, but not necessarily.
Oh, he blew that out of the water.
All right, so you rolled a 10. So he kind of pauses for a minute. He's like, "Well, yeah. Well, have you been to the other clubhouse?"
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But James makes it to be like, oh, it's this big thing, but I mean, whatever. I thought he was being kind of a jerk to you, and that's kind of why I had a falling out a few years back with him. He was being a jerk to me when I was, learning the ways.
Yeah. Well, definitely don't maybe look old enough, but I mean, I suppose to take anybody above the age of 18. So I don't know, this other clubhouse, I've not been to it, and I don't know, James keeps talking about it like it's something very miraculous, but I don't know where it's at, honestly. Everybody keeps saying that it's on the outside of town, but
By the
I don't
park, though.
know.
Right? By the
That's
park?
no, that's the clubhouse. There's another clubhouse.
Oh, the other clubhouse. The other clubhouse.
Right.
The
Yeah.
clubhouse, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't think that we should be talking about this in public. Any kind of power walks away from you.
Okay.
All right. So let's see, Annika.
Yeah.
All right. So Veda definitely is, she's definitely discussing with, another parent right now, and she's definitely occupied, and she's not going to really hear these other kids talking to you at this time. And so, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be making fun of you. So the first kid says, "Oh yeah, look, you need the teacher to watch after you, you little teacher pet. I thought you wanted a dog, not be one."
Listen, if you don't knock this off, I'm gonna push your damn ass off the float.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well,
Dang, you
I don't
surprise
know
me
if
sometimes.
well, Annika, I don't know if that would be very safe for you, being that you fall all over the place just by walking. I'm surprised you could even chew and walk up to this float at the same time.
Okay, listen, do you know who my parents are? I will have them arrest your parents, and then that's gonna be how this ends.
Can I hear this? They're only one float away. Can I overhear this at all? Or?
Probably not.
No. Yeah, because there's a float.
Remember, we have our bat signal ranged if you need help.
Yeah. Annika, we don't care who your parents are. Mom says that that's the only way that you're going to go anywhere anyways. It's just because you're parents. So go ahead. Nah. And they're going to kind of walk away from you at that point.
I'm gonna follow them and push them off the float.
Okay. So
and then Bobby's gonna see me and he's gonna be like, yeah.
So
that's why we're friends.
So go ahead and Annika, on that case, go ahead and roll me a fight
A fight.
Yep. And your challenge rating for this action is going to go ahead and be it's going to be a 6.
The
'Cause you
modifier
are-
is a 6.
No, you have to.
No, you just got to beat a
6.
6. Yeah. Ooh.
Shit.
Oh.
So
You have
as you're
adversity.
about to
You have adversity
push-
token.
Yeah, can I use
Yeah.
that now? No.
I mean, you can, but it definitely won't necessarily help you in that situation because you are going to fail it by half. So definitely, you can use that.
Oh,
let's see,
wait! I thought if
is-
she used the adversity token for herself, it gets a
could.
re-roll. But if somebody else uses
Well-
it for you, you get a +1. Or am I wrong?
Right. Well, if she's going to use it for herself, she'll get a +1. But her actions are cool under pressure. Which
Oh, I failed that.
Yeah. So definitely she could have used cool under pressure, but she still would have failed because she would have had to beat a 3 if she chose that, because she could use cool under pressure, which then we would go ahead and roll half of the snap decision or the plan decision, which would have been the 6, half of that, but she would have gotten a 2 either way. And then the other item, which is prepared, she would have to have 2 adversary tokens. So you can definitely add an adversary token.
Do I see her whiff the push?
Well, you're watching her, Bobby, and you're seeing Annika kind of going up behind, Damien, the demon.
Damien. I'm glad you gave him that name.
Damien, and Damien's just walking away, and you see Annika trying to go up behind, and then you see little old Julia go up behind Annika, and she's actually going to give Annika a shove.
Oh man! Hey, by the way, does Annika earn an adversity token for failing her roll?
She does.
Ooh,
Yes.
you have 2 adversity tokens.
So you have 2 of them.
Oh, I'm seeing this go on. I'm going to go over there.
Okay.
Are
So
there clowns between me and the other float?
there is a lot of clowns.
Don't forget to mark those, Annika, on
and
your
there's
sheet.
and there's also Jeffrey.
Oh, well, I'm going to... One moment.
So
I'm going to jump on a clown.
You're going to jump on a clown.
What the hell?
Okay, go ahead and roll your flight with a.
I think the question though, why were you using flight all the time? Could not be brawn because that's a jump check. That's
No,
a
because
strength thing.
you're not taking any damage per se.
No, brawn's not. That's tough, I think. Or is it? I thought that would be like grit. Because I thought brawn was like feats of strength, right? I'm strong. I want to jump. That's a more of and grab onto somebody that's more of a feat of strength.
Seriously not going to help.
This is
one moment.
Okay, so just to recap, so it's how you can lift and physical damage you can take, and also physical intimidation. Flight is really for how fast characters are and skilled they are evading problems, and so that's why your flight. Every time you're going to be jumping at something, it will be flight. So Jeffrey, you have to decide if you're going to stop little old Bobby. Because Annika
may possibly stop him too, though, right?
You could. That's correct.
Ugh.
So that's why he's gonna have to outroll both of your guys' brawn, most likely, because you're gonna have to overpower him. Which, of course, you have a +1 on that against a child. Yeah, but Annika, it definitely does look like you're going off the float, though. So you will roll a brawn to see how much damage you take from that fall.
I suck at this game.
It's okay.
So I need to roll a brawn as well.
So we'll go in and wait to see.
Sorry about that. Somebody decided to order groceries and have them delivered right in the middle of this thing. It's mad at me because I'm not helping her bring it the fuck in. She knows this happens every Wednesday.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, so you rolled a 6. Why did that roll 6, 6,
calendar.
and a 2? Okay, so Bobby, so Annika is definitely going to be falling off this float. So you can definitely run to her after. But you're going to see this kid. You do kind of get that sense that you're going to run and jump over there. You will see her kind of get shoved. And Annika, go ahead and roll me a brawn one more time.
You can do it.
Because your brawn rolled. It looks like it rolled 2d6s.
I guess it did. I didn't put a modifier on it.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Oh, she exploded. That's why.
Is that what happened? Did it automatically explode?
Yeah.
Is that a thing on this game? Is exploding?
Yeah, when you roll a
oh yeah,
max on
so
the die,
yeah, because it went
explodes.
662, so it rolled 3d6.
Yep.
So that's what okay, so that's good to know that's what it looks like. All right, so we'll take your 13. So surprisingly, you kind of, this girl pushes you, Julia, and she's like, leave Damien alone, and pushes you, and you kind of like scuttle down to the ground and like catch yourself and then like release off the float and just start walking. Surprisingly, like the tires didn't clip you. You definitely were really surprised because, you probably, were you scared at that time?
Yeah, I was scared I was going to hurt myself because I'm clumsy. So
It's very brave of you, Annika.
Yeah.
So kind of seeing this now, Bobby, are you still going to try to leap from the float?
Sure.
Okay, so let's see. So we're going to go ahead and let you, are you going to jump onto a clown?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you jumping on clowns?
Because you'll break my fall.
So before you make that jump, with the challenge rating, I'm going to say 5 because you do have you're very, very flighty. So challenge rating 5. Danny and Jeffrey, do you guys decide to try to stop him?
I think I'm gonna try to stop him because I kind of already had my eye on him after he climbed up that Sasquatch.
Well, he was sitting next to Levi, so I'm going to see him launch up, and then I'm going to try to, I'm probably closer to him than Jeffrey is, and yeah, I'm going to try to yank him back.
Okay. So go ahead and roll with the challenge rating 5. Roll your guys's brawn for that one, since that'll be kind of a strength.
Did I do it? Did it roll?
Yes. One of you did.
Yep.
Wait, it
Kyle
says
did.
input value modifier.
None.
None on this one.
So just 0?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay. So you're sitting closest to Bobby, Danny, and you kind of reach out and you're like, no, and you try to grab him and he kind of evades you. But then Jeffrey, what does it look like when you grab Bobby and stop him?
Wait, I don't get to oppose that if I want to?
Well, you could, but let me see. Let's take a look.
I can just make another brawn check and beat him.
Let's see. Well, in the reference,
hilarious.
Well, yeah. Let's go ahead and say. Let's see. Are you going to? If you do see Jeffrey kind of coming for you at that point, and you do see that he's going to come get you, and kind of probably try to put you back on the float, or keep you from leaving the float. Are you going to try to outmove him, or just kind of try to struggle through?
I'm going to barrel through because that's what I do.
Okay. So Jeffrey is bigger than you, so you definitely will have a rating of half of that brawn that you have. So I'm going to say a 7, since you are a little bit bolster. So roll a brawn and you beat a 7.
Oh, so just roll a brawn and I have to beat a 7?
Yeah, beat a 7. Yeah.
I did not.
Oh.
Wow.
You kind of put your weight into it, but in the wrong way. You tripped and kind of like fell forward a little bit.
Stupid quantum fluxes.
So you definitely, so Jeffrey does stop you. So Jeffrey, how are you gonna catch Bobby? Are you gonna kind of like give him a little friend side hug and say you need to calm down?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of like grab him and like sit him back down and kind of like ask him what's going on,
What's
why
going
does he
on,
keep
Bobby?
trying to
Are you blind? Did you not see them push Annika off the float? Why are you here stopping me from helping her?
I'm just gonna kind of look over and like I see her walking and I'm like, what do you mean? She seems fine.
She just got pushed off the float. She was on the float.
So, did Annika get hurt when she was pushed off the float?
No, she actually landed very beautifully.
Like a delicate flower.
Surprisingly, yeah. She actually, so that's the first example of a exploding dice. So Annika rolled a 6 and then rolled another 6 and then she rolled a 2. So she would be able to keep exploding until 20. But since she exploded twice, she actually beat the challenge rating. So she didn't receive any damage from the fall.
Okay.
Yeah. So even though your adversary, or the challenge might be harder than your die, you can always explode the die and then actually have a successful roll.
An interesting balance on that is the lower the die, the more chance it has to explode.
That was interesting when I was reading through the playbook.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say, Bobby, wait, what happened to your friend Annika? She was pushed off the float. Who pushed her off the float?
I don't know, some other kids.
Can you point them out to us? Are they on her float?
Can I see the kids from here?
You can, again, you can kind of see them waving through. There's about 5 kids on that float, 4 now with Annika gone.
That one and that one. I point to the 2 that pushed her. I think it was 2 people.
So you see Damien, very short haircut, very kind of bratty looking. And then you see Julia, who has like this really god-awful bob haircut. Very chubby in the cheeks, but very like red, and she just looks, not so bratty, but definitely somebody that, you definitely would see and say, that might be a bad child.
And where is Veda?
Veda's now walking, or she's talking with another like student teacher that's on the float with them. And Veda, she wasn't. Yeah. So now Annika's walking next to the float.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Can we invite Annika onto our float?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I was gonna run to their float.
Where's Veda when you need her?
Is there any chance that Dylan caught any of this action, or am I too far behind?
So you're in the front with like more of like the HOA, so you're ahead of
I don't even see
Annika.
It, all right.
Yeah, because you're in the front talking to a mystery clubhouse member.
Right.
Yeah. So so Annika, I mean, at this point, what does Annika do? What are you doing, Annika?
I'm just gonna run over to Bobby's float and just jump on and hang out with him.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Danny could shout like Anna, or is your friend's name is Annika to Bobby, and then if Danny could shout out like, Annika, you can come join us on our float.
So while you're running, Annika, remember you have to run through the clowns.
Oh Jesus.
Okay. And so
I hate clowns.
You're running through the clowns and you hear all these well, what are you doing today? Balloon animals and this this kind of
nightmare fuel. Okay.
Balloon animal pops in front of your face and is like, how about a puppy?
I tried to help you, but I got stopped.
And he's staring at you, and it kind of seems like the parade's going forward, and he's standing in front of you, and he puts down the balloon animal, and he says, he looks at you, and he has this groaning laugh.
I kick him in the shin and keep going.
Oh. And then you see him kind of look around as you walk by him, and he and he's just continuing handing out the pink poodle.
Ew.
Pink poodle, pink poodle. All right, so Jeffrey, you see Annika, little old Annika, approaching her float.
Okay.
Yep. Are you gonna stop her from jumping on the float?
I'm gonna kind of like help her on the float and ask her what happened.
Okay. So now you guys are all on one float except for Veda and Dylan.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay. So you guys are coming to the judges stand. And so for the demonstration that, Dylan, that you saw in front of you from the country club was, it was kind of like a very depressing lip sync almost. And they're kind of like dancing. You knew they were trying to dance. And so they're dancing and then, they kind of, you thought they were going to hand out popcorn, but they didn't do it again. They just kind of had the popcorn. And the guy that was looking at the agitator during the whole dance, he still just looked at the agitator holding on to the popcorn machine. And after this, the crowd went wild because this is, pretty much the club of all clubs for men to join. So, everybody knows them. So the question I have for you, Dylan, is do you try to stand in the background while they're performing or while the inline skate team is doing their little skate around?
So I'm assuming that this like float is like passing in front of the judges stand, right? And so because I'm kind of trailing behind looking at the popcorn and talking to dudes and trying to listen, and as it gets like close to this like judging stand, I sort of like circle around because I don't want what's his name, James, to see me because he knows me or might know me. I perceive he probably knows me because everyone knows me and I know him. I don't want him to see me associated with this group, so I sort of like kind of go along the side of this thing that's not on the judge's side. I'm more on the side of where the people are watching. I'm sort of kind of like,
so the back side. Yeah. Because there's always that one side. Usually, parades are on both sides, but with the judges stand, it's usually reverted all to one side. So you're on the opposite side where there's not too much. So while you're on that side, you definitely start hearing like a hiss.
Is it the popcorn?
It definitely is coming from the popcorn machine, but the hissing almost sounds like almost like language.
Oh.
But you
Okay.
can't make it out. So I guess that's the best way that you can describe that. It was like a.
Is it coming from? Oh, coming from the float?
Disco girl.
And then, definitely, you definitely can tell that it's coming from the float. And every once in a while, it'll stop for a bit, and then you see, that the sweaty man staring. I know. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Does the crowd is the crowd raving when it's doing that, or is it separate?
From what you can tell is the crowd is definitely coming, it's coming from, they're cheering because of the dance, the performance. That's where the cheers are coming from. And then, so as you're hearing that, and you notice the gentleman talking to, what you assume talking to, I would guess, to the popcorn machine. Are you staring at it, at the popcorn machine, or the gentleman?
Is his back to me, or is he side to me, or what is he?
Sideways. Yeah, he's sideways.
I'm gonna try and like read his lips.
Okay.
What is he saying? I want to know what he's saying.
Yeah, so you hear him, you kind of look at his lips, and it kind of looks like he's saying repeatedly, it's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done. And then he stops, and he looks over to you.
Oh, he looks at me?
He does.
I'm going to look away.
And you so you look away and then it gets quiet. Do you look back?
I look back. I totally look back.
So when you look back, he's on the edge of the float on all fours, kind of like a hyena.
Looking at me?
Staring at you. And he says, "It's not for you."
Cringe.
So
I nervously light up a cigarette and I'm like with my trusty Zippo. I'm like,
hey, what? He's on all fours?
Yeah, with his shoulders spread out like a hyena, and he's leaning forward, kind of off the float, looking at Dylan, and so, Jeffrey, you might be able to see that, Jeffrey, because you're supervising the float, so you might be able to see Dylan off in the distance. And I think to you, what does it look like? Does it look menacing, or does it kind of look like Dylan just being the town ass that you normally know him to be?
oh,
Yeah, I'd
am
say
I
it
known as
doesn't
the
look
town ass now?
super suspicious.
Well, for Jeffrey.
Oh, jeez.
From where I'm at, and I'm not paying too much attention to him, as long as he's not like near my float. So I probably don't really see it as anything
hell, Jeff?
suspicious.
Okay.
I thought you wanted me to be like part of your crew.
Okay, I'm back.
You would think the group is probably either have or has already or is trying to recruit Jeffrey. He's a male in this town. He owns a business, They were trying, right?
Well, they don't like the Sasquatch. He's kind of outsider.
They would like love that. Little boys club. I don't know anything about
the float definitely doesn't stop moving though, right? I'm assuming the float's still going. He just like has a freak out and like looks at me because I just stopped in my tracks.
At this point, when they're performing, the float does stop because they're performing in front of the judges.
Gotcha. So this guy's just staring at me like all crazy eye.
Yeah, and he just yelled at you. It's not for you.
I'm gonna say spirals.
And he's gonna look at you and he's gonna start twisting his head. And his mouth's just gonna open, and again, just a small groan.
I'm gonna blow smoke in his face and say spirals. And then I'm gonna step back because he's freaking me out. Like, okay.
So as you step away, he definitely does like kind of skitter back into a standing position, and he embraces the popcorn machine with his two hands, and he continues looking into the stir.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. I'm totally like I'm sort of like I don't know if I'm freaked out, but I'm like, okay, this is the second crazy thing I just saw today. First Sam, and then this asshole. And I'm like, I'm not scared or anything, but I'm just like, that was really cringy.
Okay.
And I just sort of like, kind of like, back away. I'm probably by where the rollerbladers are now. Just like,
okay. And as you're walking away, you kind of do see, James from the clubhouse. He kind of keeps like looking over his shoulder back behind you, like towards you.
Towards me?
He's not staring at you, but he definitely kind of knows something was going on the float behind him.
I kind of give him like I actually give him an intentional look like one of those type of deals.
Okay, and so you make that look, and he just kind of looks back, and then he continues his little dance choreographer moves. This takes us back to our science fair flow. So Veda, while you were talking to another teacher, it's like a student teacher on there, and you're kind of discussing with them some details about the upcoming school year, and what you have planned for the STEM courses that you're offering after class. You look back on the flow, and from the 5 kids that you've seen, you only see 4 now. And you can definitely see the 2 kids which you really don't care for, but they did win honorable mention in the science fair, so they're on the float. And then I kind of get a feeling that you're a collector of trophy kids. So you do see Damien and Julia, who are still on the float, but no Annika.
So I'm like, hey kids, where's the rest of the crew? Where's Annika?
And Julia interrupts. She jumped off the float. She said she was done. Yeah, miss. She jumped off the float. I don't know. It was really lame. I think she ran into the clowns back there, and I don't know. She said something about her mom being mean to her. I don't know. She's a baby sometimes.
Okay. Well, so I'm gonna tell the student teacher person that's on the float with me, like, hey, can you just keep an eye on things? I'll be right back. And then I hop off and I go look over to where the clown float is.
Okay. So while you're walking through the clowns, they're doing balloon animals. Okay. And then you're kind of walking through, and then you hear, the and then what about a balloon animal? Well, you're a little old to be coming for a balloon animal.
Can I see her at this point?
Can you see Veda?
Yeah.
Not quite yet, because you still have a mist of clowns between you. So the one thing though is, Veda, you're walking around, and as you're walking through the balloon animal, you kind of see somebody that you vaguely know standing off in the crowd. And they're just kind of staring there, and they're staring with their head pointed up, so they're not watching the parade, but they're watching something in the sky almost.
Okay, and so if I look up in the sky, what do I see?
You see a blue sky, maybe some clouds. It's a very fluffy, cloudy day in Hemlock Farms. So yeah, you see some clouds in the sky.
That's odd.
And
I just still don't see Annika or any of the other kids.
Yeah, so as you look down, you definitely do, the clowns move past you because the parade is forward moving right now. And you get to the fire flip karate academy float. And you see Annika sitting there on the float with, you see her with Danny, and then you see Jeffrey.
Okay, and I'm like, Annika, how come you're over here?
Oh, Damien and Julia pushed me off, so I'm over here with Bobby now.
That's bullshit. Well, you shouldn't let's not let them push you around. Come on, let's go back to our float. Our float's awesome anyway.
Our float's better.
Are you gonna kick them off because they're gonna still bully me when your back is turned?
Hey, Veda, she's welcome to stay on this float if she'd rather. But you did win the science fair, so you should represent on that float if you're willing. Ooh. Would you want Levi and I to go on the float with you?
No, I'll just go back with Veda.
Are you sure? You could stay here too.
No, I'll just go back. I gotta stand up to these peons.
I like that. All right.
Okay.
So can we help her off the float, or we stop, or?
I'm gonna follow her back to the other float.
Okay.
I'll help.
Are you gonna ask Jeffrey?
He's not my dad, so no.
Well, he is the prince of the float.
That's fine. He can be princely on this float.
Mm-hmm. So,
Go with Annika. Bye.
So Jeffrey, you guys are gonna roll grits against each other.
Oh,
Jeffrey
God.
and Bobby. Not grits, I apologize. Charm. You're gonna try to persuade each other.
Even worse.
Um,
No, I'm not being persuaded. I'm just not open for that.
I was gonna say
100%. No matter what he says, I'm going with her. So he can continue. He can try to intimidate me, but I don't know why. I mean, like, actually, Kyle, how do you feel about it? Do you care if I go or not?
I mean, Bobby is 10. Jeffrey, you're 25.
Bobby's going with another adult and his best friend.
I'm just gonna kind of.
There is no manual for GMing John. I'm just telling you that.
I'm just gonna kind of ask Veda to keep an eye on him and make sure he comes back for when we're ready to get judged.
Okay, Veda, how do you feel about that?
Wait, say it again. What did you say?
I'm just gonna kind of like ask you to keep an eye on Bobby and to make sure he comes back to our float when it's time for us to get judged.
Sure, that's fine. Come on, Bobby.
Yay.
Okay. So, Bobby, you can go ahead and go with Veda and Annika. All right. And Veda, when you get back to the float, how do you manage the situation with Julia, Damien, and Annika?
Well, I get everyone together and I'm like, listen, we're all a team. We're all on the STEM team. No one's going to be pushing other kids off the float.
Yeah, nerds.
So,
nobody's talking to you, Bobby. You're not even smart enough to be in the club.
Smarter than you are, Julia.
Right, I don't want to hear it anymore. You know, we're all going to.
Oh, miss. So
What?
annoying.
Whoa.
Jeez.
I turn around and fart
Yeah,
on Damien.
miss. I don't even understand why you're getting on us. We're just gonna go over here. Come on, Damien. And so they do separate. You know, they do go to the one side of the float.
Okay, fine. You go to your corner of the float then.
So lame.
I glare at him.
These kids are. I'm just getting mad. I'm not even there and I'm mad about it.
It's not even real and you're mad about it.
Little dick kids.
These STEM kids are real cutthroat. You got to watch them.
Fucking hell.
The smart kids are always the bad one, right? Let's see.
Yeah, it's not usually geeks making fun of geeks. Come on now.
Well, see, it's a small town, so these might
it's
not
doggy
actually
dog.
be geeks. Yeah, they might not be geeks. They might just be kids that are above the status quo when it comes to the town.
Nerds versus geeks, though.
They're the bullies of our grade.
Right. So
They're
Bobby,
they're school bullies, so they're
Right.
known.
So Bobby, you kind of know them, but you don't normally hang out with them because you know you hang out with Annika most of the time.
She's smarter than them anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so Danny, you're looking around, and you see that Bobby leaves. You're probably a little bit relieved, probably a little bit nervous because of the many times that you've had him in the in your ER room with some kind of injury.
I forgot about that.
So you definitely know the collateral that Bobby can build up, and so you just you're a little bit relieved because he's out of your zone and Levi's zone right now.
Yeah, so he's not our responsibility.
Right. Yeah, and so you guys come up to the judges stand.
Where the hell are your parents, Bobby?
Oh, actually,
Working.
right. So I guess the first float that would arrive is going to be after the wondrous popcorn and the clubhouse boys. It's going to be the science float. So Veda and Annika and Bobby, you guys arrived just in time. And so
Levi asked the man for popcorn.
Yeah, probably at the end. Right now they're still trailing forward. You guys are almost at the end of the route. And so what happens is your science fair float Veda gets to the presentation site, and you guys come to a brief stop. What are you guys, what for one Veda, what did you have the kids prepare to do for the judges? And Annika, what was your role in that process?
We were setting, because it's set up like a mad scientist thing.
Mhm.
So we had the beakers explode like bubbles.
Okay.
So that was what I was doing.
Okay. And so, Bobby, are you just, and then, so they see these bubbles and they see these beakers kind of smoking and all this wonderful science stuff. And then they see this kid in a karate gi.
We pull up and stop.
What are you doing?
That's my cue to go back to my float because I have to do my thing.
Oh, you're going back to, okay.
Yeah.
So you do go back to the float through the clowns again. And by this time, the clowns definitely are kind of huddling in a strange fashion. Maybe they're preparing for their performance, but you kind of notice that they're all huddled right now. And
you guys should form a spiral.
so they're all huddled right now. So you move past them with ease. And so, all right. So your guys' science demonstration go well. And so you get some claps,
By the way, I kind of after I stepped off the popcorn, I'm still standing there when their float arrives.
Okay, you didn't continue walking.
No, because that dude just was really cringy. So I just kind of let the rollerbladers go, and then I saw Annika and I saw their float, and I was like, I'm right in the freaking front of everything because I was just in the thing.
Okay, so you definitely see Dylan clapping. Veda, you definitely know Veda. This person as your pseudo dealer. And Annika, you kind of from previously didn't know him, but from this morning you kind of know a little bit more of Dylan, so you identify him. And so your presentation's over, and you continue to going forward.
I gave Annika the thumbs up, yeah.
Oh, look how supportive. And then your float's coming up, and it's the float for the Fire Flip Karate Academy. What presentation have you prepared, Jeffrey? You got the Mortal Kombat soundtrack?
I'm also watching
I'm just
this
gonna
float.
have Bobby do some things that he's learned throughout the class, and then I'm gonna maybe have Levi hit one of those little boards that break in half pretty easily. Just do some black belt techniques myself to kind of show off what you can learn up to.
Throwing punches and kicks.
Okay.
Definitely gonna be still throwing out shirts everywhere.
Disclaimer to all karate people out there: we understand those boards are not easy to break.
Well, I'm giving him an easier one because he's a little kid.
Made of balsa wood.
Yeah.
You whisper them cracked.
Okay. So your guys' presentation goes through fine, and you kind of hear
Annie's taking pictures with her, her big Polaroid around her neck.
Okay. So
I give Bobby
Danny,
a golf clap.
So Danny, you're taking pictures with the Polaroid. Let's see. So your floats. So yeah. So you hear James Hemlock come on the speaker and saying, Fire Flip Karate Academy, and everyone's clapping again, and they're, "Ooh, you guys continue going forward." Definitely, you guys are. It's starting to get hot right now. Sun's coming up. It's about midday. It's getting really hot now. Surprisingly for this area, you guys have noticed it's just definitely warmer than usual. And you guys come to the end where everyone it's a big parking lot. And during your route, what you guys did do is you guys notice that you started at the top of the town, northern part. You guys came down, and then you did a little half circle around the famous statue of Father Hemlock that was decorated with a bunch of flowers and a lot of different decorations at the base of the statue. And everybody always knows this person as Father Hemlock, and he's the founder of the town. He kind of moved to the town, and he started the first steel mill. Of course, you guys know that you guys don't produce steel anymore. You're a lumber town because of the forested area that surrounds Hemlock Farms. But you definitely notice that that statue was highly decorated always around this time of year to celebrate the founding of this city over your town. Um, as you continued downward, you kind of got to this area where there's an opening, and it's just strange enough that you can see a giant mansion off in the background. And everybody knows that that's the Hemlock Mansion or Manor, but it kind of almost looks like it overlooks the town, um, almost as if they're not part of the town. You might feel, but it definitely is visible from town. And so after you get to that part of the southern part of the town, you guys get to the parking lot of the old steel mill. And the old steel mill pretty much is, no longer active. So it's just a giant parking lot now with like a thin tin building standing in its place. So everyone's kind of gathering around. The band's playing their warm down cadences. So you hear them in the background playing the school fight song for the Hornets. You have the wrestling team float. They're kind of oddly dressed in their singlets, although they're not wrestling, and some sweatpants. So that kind of looks like they're wearing bathing suits with sweatpants walking around. These are, some angsty teenage boys. Ooh, yeah, high fives, giving fives, walking around. Dylan, do you stay until the end at the parade, or do you go? What are you going to do
I
after
actually
the parade?
do stay till the end because even though I initially was like, I didn't really want James to like spot me associated with the popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like stay to the end because I want to keep an eyeball on James. Because I would actually like the opportunity to approach him.
Okay.
And if you allow me the opportunity to just kind of catch him and when I do, I say, "Hey, James, it's
What?
it's Dylan. You remember me, bro?" Yeah, you probably don't, but I just want to say, "Hey, what's up? It's been a long time." And I just want to let you know that your last movie, Sharks and Pink Tights, was awesome. I probably watched it 3 times. Tell your sister I said hi, and she still owes me $10.
Hmm. Interesting. I don't keep up with these small town shenanigans anymore. Whatever your name might be.
Well, your movie was great, bro.
Of course it is. I made millions.
Hey, who you favor on this float competition?
I have to favor my mom's float.
Okay,
The
well,
housing authority, of course.
yeah, I get it, but you should throw one to the kids. What do you say?
They have their own special categories.
A guy like you probably. Hey, I know you probably you're out of your Hollywood scene. You wanna smoke a joint real quick? Cut back and let's talk about
Hmm.
this
That
parade.
the cheap weed that you guys have here.
Nah,
I'm not
nah.
interested at
I've got
all.
I got the good stuff, James.
Hmm.
Can I
I'll have
can
my
I
I
charm
have
him?
my dealer.
Can I charm him?
Yeah, you can definitely charm them. So, charming James Hemlock. Um, he definitely is going to be a little bit challenging just because of his posh lifestyle. So you can charm him. You can charm him with an 8
Okay.
because he's really not into small town discussion anyhow.
Totally get it. That.
Kill it. Do it. Do it.
Motherfucker.
Anyhow,
What? Hey,
I know how it feels.
Yeah, I'm gonna add an adversity token for you. That's your first fail on a roll.
James. Anyway, I know you don't want to hang with a slow body like me. So, well, just want to say your film was great. Tell your sister I said hi. She owes me $10. I don't know.
What a yeah, my sister. I doubt that she knows the likes of you.
Melissa knows me. Trust that.
And he just kind of
tell her Dylan says meet her at the park.
Oddly suspicious, and he walks away.
I make a kiss face.
He definitely just walks away. As much as you want to believe that James Hemlock is a nice person, you definitely know that he's just been jaded by becoming a celebrity, and he kind of just really is kind of disconnected with his town. He only makes the small town appearances. Everybody knows that he doesn't actually live anywhere near the city. He lives on the shore with his beach house.
I'm pretty sure that I knew that it was like there was like no chance that he would ever like kind of smoke up with me, but I knew that if I could get him to do that, I might have a chance. And the fact that he just like kind of shut me down, it hurt a little, but I don't want to let anyone. I'm not gonna let on that like I feel shut down, but I kind of do.
Yeah, well, you try to charm, but you're a local.
I definitely feel very local in this moment. Like, yeah, I suck. What the fuck am I even doing?
So, Dylan, what do you do after that?
I'll probably just try and like catch up to probably Annika, just because she brought me to this stupid parade. I'm probably like, this is a stupid parade now at this point. I'm probably like, ugh. But I'm gonna give Annika the high five, like, hey, thanks for bringing me here. Your flow was awesome. Kind of bounce.
Okay. All right. Annika and Veda, you guys are getting off the float, start tearing down, whatnot. The same goes for the Fire Flip Karate Academy. You guys start tearing down.
Can Levi see the popcorn machine and run up to it?
Yeah, Levi definitely could have interest. He might look to you because he knows how you are as a mother, and he wants to make sure that you know that, hey, he wants popcorn. So he looks to you and he's like, Mom, can I get popcorn? Mom, I want popcorn.
Oh, sure, let's go ask.
Oh, okay. Do I see them going for this popcorn thing?
Yeah, so you definitely are, kind of in the area. They're, everybody's kind of like lining up side by side. So they are afloat over, but they're, Well,
I'm sort of like behind everything. So I feel like
Right. Well, it's the way that they're lining up after the parade's end. So instead of being in a straight line, they're now parking next to each other so they could fit in the accommodated space. And they have 2 rows. And the first row is the row with, you have like all the HOA, you have the local troop scouts, more of the community based, not the company per se. And then the last of that is a school. And so that's the first row. And so in the front, you do see the country club, the clubhouse right next to the HHOA, and they're kind of tearing down their floats. And so you definitely do see them in front of you because you guys are now parked next to each other, tearing down floats. And you do see that Levi is approaching, holding hands with Danny. And of course, you recognize Danny because you have a thing for Danny and Veda.
I do? Wait a minute.
I'm just kidding.
No, I don't know Dan. I don't have a line to Danny.
No,
Danny only knows me because of through Boris somehow.
No, you like
Veda.
Said you woof whistled me like
yeah. You did hit on Danny one time when she was at the karate dojo.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
I forgot about that. Okay, yeah. So I just want to say, like, if I see Levi going towards that popcorn thing, I'm still cringed out about that shit, and I just say, hey, stay away from the popcorn. It's not for you. And I just kind of like move on towards Annika.
Well, we kind of want to have our own encounter with the popcorn guy. Maybe it'll be different with the little boy asking. I'm kind of curious.
Well, that's fine, but I just say to you in passing, I'm like, stay away from that popcorn. It's not for you.
And I'm like, what? What do you mean popcorn's not for me? The popcorn's for all. Popcorn is American. What, are we not American here? I don't think that I get. I go, what? Thank you, but I'm
just tell her it's bad for her. It's got contaminants in it. She's a helicopter mom.
And I've already.
I say it in like a sarcastic way. It's like I'm like, don't go to the popcorn. It's not for you. And I just kind of like keep going.
And I think maybe he's like trying to hit on me again and make small talk with popcorn. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then we walk it. And at this point, I've coached Levi. He's going to ask in his sweet.
That popcorn just got cringy twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir. May I please have some popcorn? And we're both standing there smiling. This thing's filled with popcorn. Is it popping popcorn currently?
No. Actually, strange enough, as you come up to the float, everyone's tearing down, and you notice that they have this popcorn cover that kind of fits over the machine. And the strange thing that you notice, Danny, is you notice that they drape the popcorn cover, not only the popcorn itself, the popcorn maker, but the guy that was looking inside the popcorn maker doesn't move when they do it. So you kind of see this square outline and then a little hump of where you would suppose his body is. You kind of see him throw it over when you approach the float. And so James from the club comes up because everyone's kind of busy wrestling around, and James comes up. He's like, "Oh, well, hi there."
Is James Hemlock the celebrity?
No, this is not the celebrity. This is James. Yeah, this is James from the clubhouse. Well, James Morgan here. How are you doing, little guy?
Excuse me, sir. May I please have some popcorn?
Oh, well, you little mister, we're actually all out of popcorn. We didn't really make popcorn for the parade, you see. That was just for looks.
I saw popcorn in the machine before you covered it.
Well, it was pretend popcorn. We didn't actually make popcorn today.
Can I have some of the pretend popcorn?
Oh, well, you couldn't eat the pretend popcorn. Miss, if you come to our event next weekend, we'll get you some popcorn. You know the baseball game that's happening?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Did you hear that, Levi? We'll have to go to the baseball game and we'll get popcorn then. And what is this float for?
This is for the Clubhouse Boys. Of course you know us. We definitely have so much to do in this town. The baseball game next week is actually us against our rivals.
Well, I am new in town and we just moved in here. And who are our rivals? I didn't know we had rivals.
Yes, the rivals. Those are those good old pine heads from down the street.
So the pine heads versus the Hornets, huh?
Absolutely. Well, we're just called the Clubhouse. Hornets is our school team. We actually are an adult baseball league.
Oh, okay. Very, very interesting. Very fun. Good. It's good to keep the things you love going. Do you guys have a mascot?
We don't. We are simply the Clubhouse. Of course, some people say the popcorn machine is our mascot. It does go everywhere with us.
Really? Very interesting, because it must make delicious popcorn, huh?
Oh, the most divine.
Which we will be having at the baseball game, right, Levi?
Absolutely. I insist you do.
Thanks, you have a great day.
Absolutely, Levi. And then he kind of, with his stale smile, just kind of turns and then walks away.
Gross.
And did Danny kind of got a weird feeling, but she's new in town, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know where to go from there.
Weird.
I think I'm just like,
You get that women's intuition going.
We'll see. We'll see. All right. So we head back to the float to see if there's anything else we can help with, and then we're gonna probably, and then I'll probably go find Veda and see what she's up to. She needs
Okay.
help.
So you're approaching the float with Veda. Bobby, are you going to the float with Veda, and are you meeting up with Veda, or not Veda, but Annika, and where Veda is on their float, or are you staying on your
Oh
karate
no,
float?
I'm going to go meet up with Annika.
Okay, you're meeting up with Annika.
My duty year is done. Yep.
Okay. So Jeffrey, you're probably tearing down your float at this moment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Veda, you and Annika are at your float, and Bobby's there too. Parade's done, and Annika, you kind of get, you get this weird feeling that someone, obviously is watching you or peering at you, and and you turn around, and you see this person that at first you don't recognize, but they're just staring at you, and they're waiting with their palm crossed in front of them.
Wait, staring at me?
Staring at Annika, and you're with Annika because you guys are talking about the float. And it's actually Jarvis.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna go walk over to Jarvis and be like, "Are we getting food now, or what are we doing?"
Miss Annika. If you wish to get food, we can. Where would you like to go?
Bobby, where do you want to go?
Oh, I come running up and say pizza, of course.
This kid.
We're gonna go get pizza.
Pizza again, Miss Annika.
That's what Bobby wants.
Always providing for her friends. Well, I suppose, Miss Teresa, Mother Teresa, get in the car.
All right, well, whatever. So me and Bobby are gonna get in the car.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back to my car.
Before Veda gets her car, I'm gonna take the opportunity while Annika and Bobby aren't around to hey, it was nice to see you, Veda. Do you need anything tonight, or are you good, or what?
So I give Dylan like the wink and nod that like, yeah, I'll purchase some of that.
Oh. So you're gonna have a deal right now?
Well, did you say you're gonna?
It was more of like I can show up later.
Yeah,
we have like
okay.
an unspoken thing. Like, you need something, I'll meet you out later.
I was gonna say, I was like, wow, getting brave, Veda. Okay. So you guys definitely have that. Danny, after your intersection with James Morgan of the clubhouse.
You have a last name? Wait a minute.
Yeah, it was revealed. Morgan. Yeah, James Morgan, and then there's James Hemlock. Hemlock is obviously the star. James Morgan is of the
you just
the
said
clubhouse.
James before, so we got a Morgan now. We're gonna do a little OSINT.
Well, it's James Morgan.
James Morgan is the full name.
James is Morgan, yeah.
Right. I get that.
Okay.
But we didn't have a Morgan before.
No.
Now we got.
Because before, when you first encountered him, you just knew him as James.
Yeah.
Yep. But you know, of course, you do recall his last name at some point. But definitely, he was introduced to Danny as James Morgan.
The small town. Do I know anything about Morgan family?
Does
anybody know anything about the Morgans?
You know, strange enough, it was known that James's wife was a banker.
Oh.
So she was, a bank teller, not necessarily too powerful in that area. But James actually moved in, roughly a few years ago, enough to really make an impact. And when he moved into town he was actually elected onto the bank board.
Oh,
and so he actually runs the on the bank board as the VP.
definitely knows because family.
Mm-hmm.
Not that just some scumbag Dylan would know, but
Right. Well, you do know because you see this high clientele and you kind of
I'm
go
sure I
out
make
and you want to
assumptions about stuff.
sell. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So, Danny, what are you and Levi doing after your encounter with James Morgan? Levi didn't get his popcorn.
Well, I think I would probably look for Veda because I saw her earlier,
Mhm.
and I'd want to catch up with her, um, see if she enjoyed her time on her float, how everything went, and what her experience was with the day so far. So yeah, I probably want to just like find Beta and chat with her.
In chat? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So when you find Veda in chat, you kind of see her looking towards Dylan's way. And maybe briefly, you don't really know what it means, but you just kind of catch her attention after she looks towards Dylan and you guys start chatting. Jeffrey, are you deconstructing your straw Sasquatch?
I think I'm going to. I'm not gonna deconstruct it, but I'll just take it off the float.
Okay. So as you grab the Sasquatch, you hear somebody pass by and they're like, "Fucking freak!"
Ooh, dang.
And you kind of look, and it's just some other teenagers passing by in a car. And you definitely know, for some reason, they don't like the Sasquatch as much as you do. And so you kind of look towards them, and you do see one of them is really has blonde hair. You know, you definitely might have remembered her being a former student a while ago when you first opened the dojo. Um, and so you remember her name as Jennifer.
Hey, did I see this at all?
Um,
Notice it
let's
at all?
see.
Do I even care?
Yeah, you would probably hear the car passing by and somebody yelling "fucking freak" towards that direction.
Because if that happens at any time after my conversation with Veda, I would definitely walk over to Jeffrey and be like, "Fuck them, man."
Okay.
Oh, so do you feel comforted by his approach, or are you just like, eh?
I'd say a little bit, and then I just kind of like say like if you ever need an outlet or something to instead of like doing bad stuff hanging around these younger kids, you can come and learn karate.
What bad stuff do you think I'm doing?
Selling drugs and stuff.
Whoa. First of all, I don't sell anything to any little kids.
Okay.
And secondly, why would you even think I sell drugs?
Because you've offered it to him?
I've probably seen you make a deal outside of my dojo.
Those weren't drugs, though, man. Look.
He's just selling T-shirts.
Look, I sell all kinds of shit, but not drugs to kids. Like, I definitely make a distinction, like, not drugs to kids. Like, I would never do that. So, you need to chill out, man. That's not my thing, man. So you need to chill.
I'm just gonna kind of sigh and shrug it off, and just hand him a shirt, and be like,
Well,
feel free to stop by.
Thanks for the shirt, dude, and I'll definitely advertise for you. Not because I need clean shirts, but I'm working for you, man. Advertise for you.
Okay.
All right.
And Danny, at this point, I think we know you're a nurse, and you do get a pager call, and it's you identify the numbers as a need to call in.
This is one of my triggers, Chris.
A beeper
on the list of triggers that things we shouldn't talk about is like pager duty and calls, because Ingrid is on call all the time. I'm just kidding.
I'm actually on call tonight.
Oh no, let's not.
So you're jinxing everything right now.
We're gonna jinx it.
No, go ahead. I'm just kidding.
So you do get a page, and of course, with pagers, you just see numbers and you just know that you have to call in to see what the situation is. Okay.
Landline quick.
Yeah, exactly. So
you gotta go to a payphone.
Yeah. Yeah. So you go up to this grungy payphone, and kind of it's clean, but you definitely know it's well used because that's a common device at this time. So
pre-COVID, I'm like,
right. You don't have to wipe it down, sterilize it. You enter your coins and you dial into your number.
and I've got Levi next to me.
Okay. Yeah, Levi. Let's see. You're calling into not the general hospital number, because you do work there in the ER. So you're calling into the actual, ER line, and they're going to say, Hemlock Farms ER. How can I help you?
Hi, this is Nurse Danny.
Nurse Danny. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness you called in. We are extremely short today, and we need you to come in. We have the strangest cases right now. Luckily, Dr. Adams was able to stabilize 3 of the patients, but the other two, it doesn't look good, Danny, and we don't have any nurses.
Is it Patch Adams? I'm curious.
So Dr. Adams is in. Okay. I need you to give me I need you to give me 10 minutes. I wasn't planning on being on call today, but of course I keep my pager on me. So I need to see if my neighbor will take Levi, and then I can head over.
Okay. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh, geez. Just let us know in the next 30 minutes if you can make it here. It's terrible. It's the strangest I've ever seen.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Oh, and Danny?
Yes.
Don't go to the parade. And then they hang up.
Oh no.
Is this like after we already went? Like after we already
coronavirus.
Coronavirus. So you guys go ahead, and everybody, we're gonna fast forward now because everyone's we have Annika and Bobby at the pizza parlor with Jarvis, and I don't know what is the pizza parlor by chance. Annika, what pizza parlor did you want to take Bobby to?
I can't name names. Like they have to be like fantasy names.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to Charlie
Chinchilla.
Yeah, we're going there because they have like arcade games.
Charlie Chinchilla.
Good choice.
All right, so Charlie Chinchillas. Let's see. So yeah, you guys are done. You're going home to drop off Bobby, and so Jarvis says, "Miss Annika, we have to drop off Bobby now." And you guys pull up to the house and drop him off. Bobby, you walk up to your doorstep, and on the other side of the street, you do see somebody kind of staring from the corner. You don't know this man. He looks a little homeless. And he's just staring at you, and he's still doing like the little circle with his finger now. And
Homeless guys.
Yeah, it almost looks like he's doing it around your house. Okay. And then Danny, did you catch a ride with Veda back to your house?
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna like run to Veda and say, hey, there's a lot of stuff happening at the hospital right now. A lot of strange cases, a lot of injuries. It's really bad here. They're overrun. And then before the operator hung up, before our secretary hung up, she told me not to go to the parade. So I'm wondering if these injuries are happening here. Can you leave now? Can we go back to the house now? And would you watch Levi for me?
Oh, sure, of course.
So we walked here, so if you drove, we'll just drive with you.
Yeah, I'll just drive this one.
Okay, great. So we're just heading back to her car.
Okay, so you guys are heading to your car to kind of get a lift back to your guys' place because you guys are neighbors. Jeffrey, what are you doing? Are you driving back to the dojo, or are you driving off to a dump first?
Yeah, I'd say I'm driving back to the dojo.
Okay, so you're driving back to the dojo, and you see your clown performer friend again, and you go to greet him, and he just kind of walks past you. And it's strange. The strange thing you notice is that he has like a balloon animal, but he's just holding on to it, and he's just walking away from you. He didn't even greet you as you're going to your car. You get into your car, and the one thing that you notice is that do you relatively keep your car clean or dirty?
I would say clean.
Clean, okay. So you normally keep your car clean, definitely. And the one thing that you do notice is that it almost looks like somebody had taken like like car chalk window and made a very crude spiral circle shape on the back of your pickup truck. Almost, just crude on the back of your truck. Then it doesn't look like nobody heard it, but it definitely must have happened whenever you were taking down Sasquatch and securing it somewhere. But you do find that in the back of your truck. Do you try to scrape it off, or?
Yeah, I would try to wipe it off.
Okay, so as you're wiping it off, you see your clown friend kind of turn around, and he starts approaching you, and he starts walking, and he comes up to you and he says, "Don't, it's for protection."
What kind of protection?
You need to be known. It's for protection. Don't worry about it.
What's going on?
And then he says, "Trust me. We can talk about this later. But I have to go do something."
What are you going to do?
And he just walks off, and he's like, "You'll see. It's going to be great. It's going to be great for everyone."
Oh shit!
And so he walks off.
Fuck this.
So
Getting weird.
So then, Dylan, what are you doing after? I know you kind of last interaction, you kind of saw one. You saw Danny. You told her don't go talk about the popcorn.
Yeah, and I said, well, the next thing on my mind is meeting up with Veda because she said she'd meet up with me. To go handle an exchange, but I know Boris has been under the weather, and I know I want to meet up with him and tell him like all of the weird things that I'm interested in. Number one, popcorn. What is going on? The weird cringy dude who just went all like crazy. And I also want to talk about with Boris about the true clubhouse, not the one that's known. And we need to find a way in there, a way to get in there. So I will probably, my next move is to get some supply and go meet up with Veda.
Okay.
I also want to I already know that Veda keeps tabs because I caught her once. I caught something in her purse, if you remember. And she had a note on somebody. This is in our interactions that we did last session. And
correct. Yeah.
So I might, my intention is just to kind of get some info, maybe. I have her kind of open dialogue beyond the normal dealer friend exchange.
Okay. Right. And so Danny and Veda, you guys are driving, perfectly fine. And you guys make it to your house or houses, neighbors there. And the one thing that you notice is that you pull up and you notice on your front porch, Veda, I'm pretty sure you have like flowers and things that are nice on your, porch area, right? Do you have like a collection of flowers or garden gnomes? What does Veda's front house look like?
Yeah, just flowers, and then there's like a garden gnome that's wearing an astronaut uniform.
Okay. All right. So you do, the one thing that you kind of notice is you're very fond of your astronaut gnome, but you notice that it's, instead of standing straight up, it's actually upside down, spiked into the ground. And then that first catches your attention, and you notice like there's flower pots that have been like kind of ripped out of the ground for one, the flowers there, and then pushed off.
What spiked into the ground?
The garden gnome.
My astronaut garden head is stuck in the ground.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So that's kind of the first thing that catches your attention. And then you kind of you come up to your door, and you kind of get worried that somebody was looking for something on your porch. What might you have on your porch that you wouldn't want somebody to find?
Well, I have like a little box on the step where I make deals with it's kind of like my little stash where like Dylan will drop off my purchase thing and I'll leave cash for him. It's kind of inconspicuous, but I wouldn't want people messing with it.
Okay.
Drop spot.
All right.
A little drop box.
Okay. So in that drop box, you do find a flat pebble. And on that flat pebble, it's just flat and round. That's all it is. But it has a strange weight to it, almost like it's not there. It's very light for the size and shape that it is.
So, like, what kind of material is it made out of? Is it like some kind of mineral or something?
Yeah, it definitely feels like a river stone. So it definitely feels like a river stone, but doesn't have the weight of one.
Okay. Does it have any designs on it, like a spiral?
You do see not a design, but you do see just like almost like a little tail just coming into it, and that's pretty much the only marking on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's odd.
Let's see.
I guess I would just like teenagers messing with me. Maybe it was those bully kids on the float that were, trying to mess stuff up. I don't know. That's just me thinking who it could be.
That's true. I mean, you know, people might see you and they might think that you're nosy, so they probably might have seen you, and it makes you uncomfortable because normally you're the watcher in most cases.
Ooh.
So it definitely makes you feel uncomfortable because that means somebody knows something
watching
about
you.
Yeah, so you kind of get that feeling, and you know you have to babysit for Danny because she's going into work. And you know,
but you're also expecting me, right? I mean, so that must freak you out a little bit too.
Right. So, you know, did Dylan make it to the drop spot before? But jumping back to Dylan, where do you pick up your stash from?
Yeah, so I got this guy, his name is Maximus. And he's just a dude that he's in college now, and I've known since high school. And he usually hooks me up with some good shit. Well, you know, Massachusetts good shit. And and so I usually hook up with him. Take it to work. I usually cut it into bags, quarter sacks, whatever, eighths. Do my business that way.
Okay. Do you meet with him like at his house, or where do you meet him?
Well, he's in college, so I usually meet him in his dorm.
Okay, so he's in college. He's
local. He's local college, so he's not too far. He's like an hour out, not too far.
Okay. So you go up to Maximus. Maximus like, whoa, Dylan.
Like, what up, bro?
Up? Hey, what's
up?
up?
Man. I just need to hook up, dude. I need to get the huge, you know.
Oh no, dude, got this sick product.
You know what you got, bro?
And he pulls out a little baggie, and it has, you know, a sticker on it. Strange enough, it's a sticker. And he gives it to you. He's like, yeah, it's called the Spins.
The Spins?
Yeah. Totally, like,
I look at the sticker. Hits. Is it like a spiral sticker?
It is. It almost looks like a tornado.
Ah, man, I've seen enough of these goddamn spirals. How much is this shit?
Oh, yeah. You know, it's a little bit more pricier than the, you know, basic shit, but 2 hits, you're spinning all night.
And let me tell you about this dude I know. This guy, Sam. He was out of his fucking mind. Now, I know he doesn't smoke weed or anything like that, but I mean, he does drink, but he was drawing circles, spirals all over the fucking place. It was crazy.
Sounds like a good time.
You know the Hemlock Parade, right?
Yeah.
So he's just like spinning spirals everywhere, bro. And then, get this shit. And I'm like, I've already got like one rolled up, and I'm like just sort of getting onto like a tangent. I'm just like, dude. Then I was looking at the popcorn guys. Remember the old popcorn machine over with the clubhouse? Those dumbasses, they got their parade with the popcorn machine, and dude who's at the popcorn machine is spiraling like crazy. He's just like in his zone.
Hold on. And he gets up and he goes and he gets a little tin pack and he starts cooking up Jiffy Pop. He's all, yeah, popcorn.
Dude, you're freaking me out, bro. What's this shit gonna cost me, dude?
Just, you know, give me. Man, I've never bought drugs before. That's a hard one drawn. Give me a 20, and I'll give you a couple samples to deal out.
I'll give you $100.
Okay, and then he pulls out. It's prepackaged, so he's gonna pull out like a, you know, like a nice little pack, you know, bundle of these little stickered stamps.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a QP from you, bro.
Okay.
And hey, and you know, you should come back to town. It gets crazy, man.
Yeah, no, I gotta stay here. That town freaks me out.
Yeah,
too much.
Your parents are still the same though. Still still fucking vibing beach waves like they're on the beach. You know, we're in Massachusetts. They're weird, man. Always
Yeah.
they're like
Oh,
Hawaiian
y-
shirts, dude.
if you get questioned, bro, where this came from,
Huh?
it came from the gods.
Dude, Maximus, you're crazy, man.
Get out there, and he's popping the popcorn, and then he empties it into a bowl and he starts eating it.
Anyway, I'll see you later, bro.
Ciao.
Yeah, so I bounced out of there and I'm like super excited to go see Veda. I'm like, oh, cool, new product. And because James just gave me some shit.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
he James definitely left his mark on me for like not accepting me and like, oh, you're fucking look shit, blah blah blah. I'm like, ah, I get some good shit, motherfucker.
Right.
Because it was totally true when he said it that I had like dirt shit, and now I got good shit. And now
Oh,
I feel
so
like, now I feel like
you had
I'm peacocking
had
now. I'm
dirt.
like, oh, fuck that motherfucker.
All right.
I mean, I feel that internally. Out externally, I'm just like, eh.
Yeah. So, lastly, that brings us to Danica. Annika, what are you doing in the car while you're getting driven home by Jarvis?
I'm reading a book
About
that I
Bobby?
had. What?
I'm just kidding.
What?
Nothing.
Oh. Okay, I didn't hear you. I was just saying I was just reading a book I left in the limo.
Okay. So as you're driving, Jarvis is trying to make light talk, and you're just trying to ignore him because you're reading your book. So Miss Annika, how was your parade?
It was great.
Was it? I did
Yeah.
see you. It was quite marvelous.
Yeah, it was good. We did a really good job on our float.
Yes. I needed to congratulate you on that work. Um, your parents called. They said they're going to be late again today. I know it's a Saturday, but you know, progress is progress.
Okay.
And you kind of see a little bit of a startle in Jarvis, and he kind of stops. He's like, "Oh, Miss Annika,
Yeah.
close your eyes. Don't,
Close
Miss
my
Annika."
eyes.
Yes, and he comes to like a jarring stop,
God.
and he's like, "Annika, stay in the car.
What?
Stay in the car.
Oh,
Don't
I don't
look
want to stay in
outside.
the car. Where are you going?
Annika, trust me. You don't need to see this."
Oh,
And he gets out of the car, and he's just standing there. You can see him kind of standing off to the side, but you can't see directly in front of the hood because the limo's a little bit longer. So you kind of just see him get out, and he's standing on the door ajar, and you can just hear him, "Why? What? Why would you do this?"
What is happening?
Sounds creepy.
What do you do, Annika?
I'm gonna get out of the car.
Don't be that way.
Stay in the car!
You can lock the door.
Stay in the
So-
car!
Too late, I guess.
So okay, so Jarvis is gonna kind of have this, standing there, and he's gonna look back at you, and he's like, "Miss Attica, I asked you to stay in the car," and he's gonna try to usher you back into the car. Go ahead and he's lightly pushing you because obviously he works for your family. So give me a challenge rating of 2. Roll a brawn.
We know how this went last time. It's gonna be a fail this time. Ooh.
All right. So you definitely do kind of like grab his arm and duck under it, and you walk into the front of the limo. And he reaches out for you and goes, "Miss Attica," and you see a bunch of like birds laying on the ground, and they definitely are a circular pattern. And they're in the middle of the street, almost like, you don't know if they were drugged there, but you definitely do see a collection of birds in the middle of the street laying down, assumed dead. And in the middle, you do see a bird. You see 4 birds with their wings spread out, touching each other, making like a diamond in the center.
That's not good.
And
You're
so
screwed.
he's like, Annika, come on, get in the car. We have to keep going.
I'm gonna get in the car now.
Okay, and so as you're getting in the car, he closes the door behind you and he gets in. He says, Annika, I'm sorry you had to see that. I didn't want you to see that.
Who's they?
I don't know the slightest of what you're talking of, Annika.
What?
And he just keeps driving.
Okay.
Creepy.
Right. I think everybody's pretty much arrived home or to their dojo. Bobby.
Did Danny see anything when she got home? Like, am I going to the hospital? Like, what's going on with that?
Oh yeah, you're going to the hospital, but you apparently should have gone to the parade.
Yeah, right.
In future tense.
Well, should I call the place back and say, like, I'm home now. I found someone for my son, someone to watch my son, but I was at the parade. So maybe, like, did I see anything when I got home? Because I'm thinking, like, is there something contagious and maybe that's why. So maybe I should let her know I was at the parade.
At the plague.
Yeah. So do you want to go back to your house and get changed into your scrubs and call the hospital?
Yeah. So I'm gonna throw a bag together for Levi, like his PJs and his blankie and and his toothbrush or whatever, and bring that over. And Ada's gonna bring her like a box of mac and cheese and hot dogs or something. Like, this is what you can make for him, or whatever you make is fine too. But and I thank her. I'm kind of frantic, so I don't notice anything wrong with like her yard. I probably don't notice the gnome thing or whatever. Does Veda act strange to me at all when I'm dropping everything off for her? Or does she say anything?
Veda?
Well, I tell her like something weird happened when I came home and I noticed all my plants were turned over.
Are you to call the police? Do you think they got in your house, or do you think they just were on the outside being troublemakers?
Wait, I couldn't hear what you said.
I said, do you think that they were just kids being troublemakers, or do you think they got in your house?
I don't know, but then there was this weird like stone in my little stash box thing that I thought was weird. It looks like a river stone, but it feels like a lot lighter than it looks. It's just odd. There's a lot of odd things happening.
I mean, are you okay to take Levi, or do you feel like?
Well, I checked I think the inside of the house is fine. I think it was just maybe it was those kids on the float in the parade. It could have been something like that.
So do you show Danny the stone?
Yeah.
Are you gonna hand it to her?
Yeah, because I'm like, feel this thing.
Okay, so as you start handing it to Danny, you start feeling it vibrate a little bit. Not like tremendously, but you start feeling it vibrate. And as you're passing it to Danny, are you gonna take the stone from her, or are you just gonna look at it from afar?
Well, at first I was just looking, but then she was like, but it's lighter. Like, it seems like it'd be heavy, but it's really light. And that, like, she kind of tosses it to me and I catch it.
Okay, so yeah, so as you toss it, you definitely see that it kind of slows down in middle between you two, and then it shoots straight up to your ceiling, and it's kind of trying to almost get out from that point.
Weird.
And it's like, almost like a bird trying to get out of the house. And then, are you gonna try to grab it, or how are you gonna deal with that problem?
I just stare at it like, what? And I don't want to touch it. I'm just like looking at it. Are we still in like the doorway, like entryway, or are we?
Yeah. So you're definitely probably in your house by now, because she's taking Levi over to drop him off.
Well, it's still like floating around and stuff.
Yeah, it's scraping the ceiling, almost like it's trying to fly away.
Oh, so I'm gonna take like a dish towel, and I'll try to like catch it. You know how if there's like a bird in your house and you want to try to.
Okay, so as soon as you kind of like try to throw the towel at it, you miss it because it's so small. But as soon as you put your hand out, it comes straight back to your hand.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, so I never even got to touch it.
No.
So do I feel like an energy coming from it or something like that?
When it jumps back to your hand, it doesn't feel like it was before when you're passing it to Danny. It feels just like the stone prior.
It feels light, or it feels heavy
now? Still feels light.
Well, I'm gonna put it in like I kind of have this like small like jewelry box that has like a lock on it, so I'm gonna stick it in there. So it'll be like contained, I guess.
Okay.
Until I figure out what it is.
Okay. So to you, definitely you've seen similar phenomenon because of your work with NASA. So you kind of think that there's a reasonable explanation to this, Veda. Is that correct, or do you think something?
Think I need to take it into one of the research labs that are in town. I've got like a connection over there, and I'm gonna try to have somebody look at it and see if they can analyze it and see exactly what it is. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for it.
Do you think a magnet could do something like that?
Maybe, I don't know. Could be.
I don't normally do this. The pager is nonstop. It's just like paging. Are you okay to take Levi? I'm gonna call the hospital, and I was gonna confirm that I found someone. I'm gonna tell them that I was at the parade. I don't want to bring anything contagious over there, but is it gonna be okay? Are you gonna be all right?
Yeah, I'll take them. I think it will be okay. I mean, I don't think. I'm sure there's some kind of explanation for whatever that stone is, and we'll get it all figured out in the morning. But I think it should be okay. Huh?
Can I use your phone?
Oh yeah, of course. I forgot we don't have cell phone.
Thank you so
much. Or whatever time frame. Yeah, you can use the house phone right over there with a really long extension cord.
Wraps around all through the house. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I'm going to run over to the phone, and I'm going to dial the number again.
Okay. Hello, thank you for calling Hemlock Fields or Farms Hospital.
Hi, it's Nurse Danny.
Hello?
It's Nurse Danny.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
That is the most bizarre click.
So they didn't answer the phone?
Oh, you can give them a call back.
I call him back.
Beep, beep, beep. It's like an engaged tone. You don't.
Oh, it's a busy signal because we don't have call waiting.
Right.
What is that strange sound?
What is this strange beeping?
The scariest thing was the sound the phone line was making.
Ah.
Do you want to just drive there and just see, just head on over there? I'll take care of Levi here.
Just go check. At least go check in with Dr. Adams. Yeah, I'm familiar with Dr. Adams, and I know they said he was there, and I'll see what he's doing and what's going on. Maybe they're just really tied up. She said that there was a lot of strange cases and a lot of crazy things going on, so I'm sure they're just really busy.
Right.
But just what time is it?
So at this point, the parade ended about 2:00, so it definitely is coming around for the evening time.
I have everything Levi needs. I even packed dinner in there. If I'm sure whatever you cook is fine. I think I said all this to you, but I put his favorite VHS in there as well, and just he should be fine. He's got a blanket. If you just lay him down on the couch or in your guest bed, he should fall right to sleep at around.
Oh, don't worry about it. We've got all the channels 5, 7, 9, 32, and 50.
Oh, he's not even gonna know what to do with all those choices. All right. Thank you. And you have my pager number, so I'll have my pager on me at all times. And all right. Yes, you have everything. I'll talk to you later. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm gonna head out to station wagon probably, and head to the hospital.
Okay. So so Danny, I don't believe you have a car, right? You take the bus places, or do you have a car?
I have a car.
Okay, so you do have a car. So yeah, you can definitely get into your car and start your commute to work. And the stone that you found, where did you put that stone again? You said you put it in after it returned to your hand.
Yeah, so in my I guess my dining room area, I've got this small wooden box with a little latch on it. So I just put it in there, and so it's all enclosed.
Okay, so when you enclose that, and Danny leaves, you kind of go back into the house because you saw her off, and you hear.
This is giving me Left 4 Dead 2 weird bad vibes.
No.
Oh God. Just cringing.
This is creeping me out.
Oh.
Levi crying, right?
It sounds like crying from the box.
Well, I mean, you can look around. You see Levi kind of on the couch.
Levi, are you making sounds, or is something coming from the TV that sounds like crying?
No, but I'm really hungry. If you want, you can make some of the hot dogs. Please, thank you so much.
Yeah, Levi doesn't apparently hear it.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. So I go I make a snack for Levi. Boys.
Check your page.
So I'm gonna look around and see if I hear where it's coming from.
You definitely do sense that it's coming from the box after passing by the dining area.
What is this thing? I think somebody's playing a trick on me. So I gotta open it again. I open it and I just kind of peek a little bit into the box.
And then so you hear the chuckle and it stops crying.
Okay. So it laughed like when I opened, and then
Yeah, like a cheery chuckle when you open the box.
all right, then I close it. And, oh my gosh!
Oh, Fraggle Rock is on my favorite.
All right, that's right here on the cringe.
What am I gonna do with this thing?
Bury it.
What should I do? Is anyone typing anything on the?
Ding dong.
Did the doorbell ring?
Yeah, it just rang.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna just leave it in the dining room, and I'm gonna walk over to the door.
Alone.
Alone.
Beta.
Oh my gosh, Dylan, there's something weird happening in my house.
Okay.
All right, just come in here and in here and look at this thing. So I bring him in. I know, and you're probably feeling weird, Dylan, because I don't ever let you in my house, but this is like a special.
It's cool. No, it's cool. What's going on?
So, okay, so in my stash box, I know you normally like just leave the stuff and go, like no contact pickup.
Uh-huh.
Well, there's all this stuff like got turned over in my front porch, and there was this weird stone that's in my stash box, and then I put it in this other box.
He's like, I know what this means. He starts undressing.
What?
Okay.
I know what this is code for. He starts unbuckling his belt. No, I'm just kidding.
Code word. So I put this thing in this box. Well, first of all, it was like flying in the air. And I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation.
By the way, I'm looking at you like, what in the fuck with you? I was hoping that I was going to run into like the first sane person I've seen all day. And I'm getting like all this weird shit. And I'm just like, I'm just looking at you like, okay.
Yeah. So there's this thing, this stone, and it was like floating around.
And there were spirals, right? Is the next thing you're going to tell me spirals?
I didn't see any spirals, but I put it in this. I could hear this sound, and it sounds like somebody's. Can you hear it?
Crying?
Listen.
Yeah. Well, Dylan surprisingly doesn't hear it.
I swear.
Beta, I heard some crying earlier today. You know what it sounded like? I thought that was weird. But you know what? In the wind. The wind.
I don't think so. Because then I opened it a tiny bit and it laughed and stopped crying. And then I closed it and started crying again.
Beta, you're on edge. Look. Hey. Got what you need. So I was talking to my buddy Maximus. Look. This is not Massachusetts shit. This is not Hemlock Field shit. I got some good spiralgram shit. I'm calling it the Spinsies. $20.
Well, maybe I need to buy some of that because
Hey, you need to calm down, Veda.
Yeah, I think
probably too much parade garbage got in your head.
I guess so.
This Veda is on my dinner.
Oh shit! Who's? Oh my god! I know that kid.
Hey, you're that weirdo who hangs outside the dojo. What are you doing here?
Oh, hey kid. I'm friends with. Hey, you want a piece of gum?
No, my mom says don't take candy from creeps.
Oh.
All right, Levi, finish your snack, and Dylan, you should probably just get out of here. So,
well, Veda, I just wanted to say something to you real quick. I know you're freaking out about stuff, and I don't want your brain to go nuts, but I know that you know a lot of things about those elders and HOA. Something really weird happened earlier today with the popcorn float, and I just thought I'd run it by you real quick to see if you know anything about those old men. Because it's had a weird moment with
Oh, those old men, there's like something going on with them, like with the clubhouse people. I think that they're in some kind of cult or something. They're probably doing some kind of weird ritualistic thing, and I would just steer clear of them. They're just crazy.
Look, I feel like I'm not, you're helping me out. What is this crying thing you've heard? What's the deal?
There's
Rock
something in the box. It's like a rock that's making noise.
in the box?
Yeah, so I'm gonna open the box and show him this thing.
I'm gonna look inside the box.
Okay, so as soon as you open the box, you hear it stop crying, and then it shoots out again, and it starts flying up towards the ceiling like it's trying to get out.
I see it this time.
Yes, Dylan, you do see it.
Does Levi see it?
Levi is probably still in the living room. I think you're in like the dining area, a little bit separated from there, so he's entertained by the cartoons.
Veda, I'm not seeing this right now. I'm having the weirdest fucking day.
Yeah. See it. Open your eyes. Look at
No,
it.
I fucking see it. I don't want to see it. I've been seeing weird shit all goddamn day. What the fuck? Veda.
And so while you're standing there, Dylan, your pager's gonna start beeping. And it's strange because you notice that it's not really showing like your traditional numbers that you're used to. Instead, what it's showing you is it's flashing number 34, and then it changes to 21, and then 13, and then it's going into sequence. So 34, 21, 13, 8, 5, 3. And it just keeps repeating that same sequence, but it's not like the full pager numbers. It's just those particular digits. And the stone's still in the ceiling.
Numbers? What numbers?
34, 21, 13. Yeah. Beta.
Are you gonna try to catch it, Beta?
Is it on the? It's on the ceiling, right?
Yeah, and it's like skidding around, almost like a bird or a moth or a bug
I'm
that's
gonna
trying to
use
escape.
my towel trick and get it. I get it back into the box.
You're gonna try to get the towel again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, again, it just, as soon as you lift up your hand, it flies into your hand and doesn't feel like it's vibrating anymore.
All right, then I put it in the box.
That's a Mimi.
Okay, I got an idea, Veda. Give me the box.
There you go.
I put the box in my backpack.
And so as you do that, Veda, you start hearing, no, no, oh, no, no, hello, no.
Don't even listen to this thing. I will get it the fuck out of here, Veda.
Can you hear it?
Oh, I can hear it now, Veda. I hear it.
And then as you're putting it in your bag and you successfully do so, Veda, you still hear it crying.
Don't even listen, Veda. Veda, look, I'm gonna get this out of your house. I got an idea. Let me get this out of here. You and that kid can be safe. It's all good. But you owe me one, Veda. And I'm probably a little cringed out, but I'm like, you're gonna owe me one for this, Veda.
I don't know if I want you to have it because I want to take it to the lab and inspect it.
Veda, you can't subject this kid to this weird thing. I've got an idea.
It has to be a scientific explanation as to why it's doing what it's doing.
So as you're thinking about it, Veda, you hear it stop crying.
You really want to do science on this thing?
Yes. All right,
And-
give it back to me. Give it back
and
to
then
me.
No, I'm not
Dylan-
giving it back to you, Veda.
And Dylan, when you say that, you don't hear anything, but you do hear one thing, and you hear, "It's not for you."
You know what? On second thought, Veda. Wait, I want to do a grit.
Okay, you do that.
Can I do that? See if
You
that
can- yeah.
affects me in any way.
Yeah, you can roll a grit.
Because the last time I tried to make a decision, you made me roll a grit.
Yeah. You can
All right.
definitely roll a grit for this, and I will tell you the challenge rating. Challenge rating is going to be
1 million.
1
No, I will.
million.
I will say it's going to be a 15 because it reminds you immediately of Popcorn Man,
Yeah. Absolutely.
and it definitely gave you that same vibe. And then Veda, as soon as let's see, oh, so yeah,
Nice roll.
you almost shit
It's the
your
second
pants.
one I fucking rolled.
I know.
I will add another adversary token. So yeah, it really panicked you because you're thinking,
You know what, Veda? Take the goddamn. Just take the box. I don't. Do you do? What is this? You do lab stuff? You gonna do some science on it?
Yeah.
Veda, hey, this thing. I just heard a weird thing. I wanted to talk to you about this before you brought this box up to me. I wanted to tell you about a weird thing that happened with that popcorn float. I know that I think I saw something that you have some notes, maybe, that
Mhm.
true. Well, the popcorn situation, the popcorn float, I was with those guys, and one of them, kind of the popcorn maker guy who was standing at the popcorn machine, he sort of flipped out, and he said something like, I do my best impression of the guy. I said, "This is not for you," but I totally exaggerate exactly how, but maybe not so much because it was really cringy. And I just heard that from your box.
Was it the
Anyway,
same-
something's odd, and I have a buddy Sam. I don't know if this is even tied together or anything, but my buddy Sam, who's just spiraling crazy, and now I'm just putting shit together, and I don't even know what's all in my mind or what. I saw him earlier in the day, and he was drawing spirals. The Popcorn Man was drawing spirals, and he was freaked out. Now this box is freaking out, and I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know what's going on.
So you're
I need to smoke.
explaining that,
And I just like, I don't even ask if like I can smoke in your house, but I just out of like freaked out paranoia, I just whip out my Zippo and light up a smoke. I'm like, whew.
So
I don't know what's going on.
When you light that cigarette, you're standing in the hallway, so you can see Levi where he's at, and you see him kind of like standing on the couch, like on his knees, kind of draped over the back end, looking at you, Dylan. And he looks at you, and he turns his head, and he starts saying something that's familiar to you. He's,
No, you're not going to put a demon in my baby.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
no,
No.
you don't see it. Yeah, Veda, you don't see it because you're not in the doorway.
I am
So-
attributing everything to like just some good shit weed. that like I'm just like, so I'm like smoking my cigarette. I'm just like trying to like force it out of my mind, but I'm not telling Veda that I'm hearing this. I'm just trying to like ignore it. I'm just like, it's not happening. Mm-mm. Veda, what do you think about? You know what, Veda? I gotta go.
And
Gotta
then
go.
Levi just chuckles and sits down.
Oh my god.
But
I love TV.
Veda didn't hear any of that, right?
Well, she heard the chuckle because he's watching TV.
He's,
So
he's watching Fraggle Rock. So
right. So he's like, "Yay, Fraggle Rock!"
So many channels. This Veda's house is the best.
Veda, I'm gonna go see my buddy Boris.
Okay.
Do you need me for anything?
No, I mean,
Watch that kid. That kid has got problems.
Worms. He's got worms.
Got some worms.
don't say that about Levi.
Nah,
No.
he's not right. Anyway, let me know if you need me. I'm gonna go see my buddy Boris. I walk out. I'm like totally sketched out, but when I walk out, I look at my pager again at the numbers, which I clearly didn't mention. And just like, and I'm trying to like flip the pager upside down to see if it makes letters. I'm trying to like figure it out. Like, is this a code?
So as soon as you walk out of the threshold of Veda's home, it definitely just, the pager just stops. And from all you can tell is the functions return to normal.
But the number's still there, right?
No, I mean, you might, I don't know if you wrote down the numbers, but the numbers do disappear. But
oh, they're gone. Like I can't do a recall. Like
you can't. No, they're not even on the recall. The last page that you actually have on there is one that you remember, and it was for a hookup.
Do I remember?
Yeah, you remember that the last page was, you know, some kind of hookup that you had.
All right. Well, no, I mean, do I remember the? Do I remember
the? You remember the numbers.
So I'm gonna write those down so I don't forget.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll think about
that. Okay.
I'm gonna head over to Boris's.
Okay. Head over.
But I know I can't get too close to Boris, so I'll probably actually. Does Boris have a pager? I don't know what he's got on him.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
Because I know I can't get close to his house because of his parents. I don't know how I would contact him.
You could probably call him because remember, Boris's dad is frequently out of town, so you might know that his dad's actually out of town at this moment.
Okay, so I'll probably try and find a payphone to give Boris a call, like check in. I know he was fucked up and didn't go, but like all this weird shit's happening.
Okay. All right. Now let's see. Jeffrey's making it to his dojo. Danny, you're going into work.
What's Bobby up to?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bobby, you were dropped off last, and you were heading up to your door, and you saw, you know, a homeless-looking man making a circle around your house with his arm across the street.
I was dropped off my door and I see a homeless man making a circle.
Yep. So he's making a circle, looking at your house, making a circle.
All right, I'll walk up to him.
Okay, and as soon as you take a step towards him, he stops, and he kind of kneels down, and he puts something on the floor, and then he makes a circle again with an empty hand this time. So you put something on the floor, and he's making a circle at you, and he's just slinking back into the brush behind him until he's just in the brush, and he's completely covered by the brush. You don't see him anymore.
How far away was he from me?
He was maybe about, adjacent way across the street. So probably say about maybe 10, 15 feet
So
the intersection.
I can make my way really quickly to where it was and see what he put on the ground.
You can, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do that.
Okay. So you get there, and as you approach,
I'm sorry, but this definitely gives me enough for dead. Bad vibes.
and as you get
Kyle,
closer,
you remember this shit?
You get closer, Bobby, and you look and you just kind of see just like a brown stone on the floor. And when you look at it directly, it just chuckles and stops crying, which you assume because you don't see any source of the crying.
Pick up the stone.
Okay. And it just seems to kind of give you a little radiation of like, almost like a happy vibe. You feel like a happy sense come from this stone.
Is it a flat stone?
It is flat.
You're going to be an excellent skipping stone.
Very light for what it looks to be.
I put in my pocket.
Okay.
And I'm going to go visit Annika's house.
Okay. And so as soon as you think Annika and you're walking, you turn to walk to her house, you hear Annika.
From?
Just almost like it was on the wind, the breeze.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to my house real quick and change into my best ghost repellent clothing.
Ghost repellent. What does that look like? Luigi overalls?
You were totally a Ghostbuster for Halloween for sure.
Right. Yeah. I will put on my Ghostbusters uniform because that's about the right time, right? 80s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're gonna put on Ghostbuster garb in your costume. So you definitely dress up like that. Your mom.
You gotta say which Ghostbuster you are.
Definitely
Eggman?
Yeah.
Okay. So you dress up and your mom's like, "Be home before nightfall, Bobby, dear. We're having your favorite."
Wait, mom's home?
Yeah, she's home.
Oh.
Surprisingly.
Yeah.
It's a Saturday. She got off of symposium early.
Okay. Sure. Totally. I go running off.
Okay. Make the little the little running noise.
Yes.
Okay, so Annika, you're getting dropped off currently by Jarvis. Yeah, and Jarvis says, Annika, before you go, ma'am, I need to give you this.
What is it?
It's all for good. And he just kind of puts his hand out to you.
I extend my hand out like this. Like, okay.
And he kind of, he gives you this like almost silk wrapping, and something's hard inside, but it gives you like, it's almost like a silk pocket square.
Not a pocket square.
And so he hands you that and says, he's like, "Thank you, Miss Annika. It's been great."
Where are you
And
going?
he gets in his car and he says, "You'll know what to do," and drives off.
What?
Oh, hell no. So he's gone like forever from the story?
I mean, you don't know. He's just leaving you where he normally drops you off at the front of the house.
Oh, because he's like parking?
No, he's driving away because he doesn't live with you. He drives for a company, you know.
Oh.
He's a reg driver.
I thought he was like, I thought he lived with us.
He's on. He's one of those drivers on request. Give me Jarvis.
Yeah. Your housekeepers live with you.
Jarvis did.
What?
Those birds were an omen for sure. I've seen that. That's been in a movie. That was something with like the birds laid out. Jarvis.
I can't hear what you're saying.
The birds.
Something about birds.
The birds laid out in a spiral.
Yeah, that means Jarvis is dead. That was totally an omen to Jarvis. Like, we're coming for you. You're dead.
That's great.
You know, it's probably because he didn't take my gum.
Yeah.
All right, so he's piecing out. So I guess I'm just gonna go in the house.
Okay. Well, you have this silk pocket square.
Yeah.
You know, what do you do with that?
I'm just holding on to it because I'm gonna go call Bobby. But I don't know he's on his way over.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You're allowed to use the phone?
Yeah.
This is a big deal, you know, in the 80s because there was charges for local and long distance.
The family's rich.
This is true.
I'm sure it is.
He's old enough to know this.
You know, I have to collect quarters and count them all the time just for.
So I'm gonna call it, and his mom's like, "Oh, he sent his way over, right?" So.
Mm-hmm. And you're just holding on to the pocket square.
I ain't gonna open it till Bobby's here.
Okay.
I'm messing with that.
Okay, but you're still holding on to it, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
Fortunate. It's a saving device.
I'm not opening it, but it's like around my personage.
Okay, so you're not holding it?
It's in your pocket.
Yeah, it's in my pocket. It's a Pokemon.
Okay. So you have it in your pocket. And what are you thinking about doing right now? You know Bobby's on the way.
Well, I'm thinking about because usually he wants to do like some Daredevil crap when he's over here because there's like really no supervision. So I was just thinking about like what he would want to do when he gets over here, and I guess the doorbell rings, right?
Possibly.
Not yet. I don't know.
Not yet. Okay.
Okay.
So all right. So you're gonna be waiting there.
I'm gonna tell them to go get us snacks ready.
Okay. So Danny, you've been driving, the whole time to your site for work. It's not too far, it definitely is a smaller town. And you're gonna go in, and it's just gonna be kind of like an ER day, and it's gonna be a little bit busy, and they're gonna be like, oh my God, Danny, it's been so long. Come on, we need you right now. And they're gonna take you in, and they're like, well, we've already lost 2 of them, but we have 3 here. The strangest thing, we found them on the side of a road, no car. They weren't struck by anything, but they have teeth marks.
Oh.
Unfun.
They're human teeth marks.
Oh no.
I was gonna ask human canine. What was it? Human teeth marks. Okay.
Yeah. At first,
teeth marks, or did they take chunks out of them?
It's almost. There's some cuts. It's not too deep, but definitely teeth marks, and they have a lot of skin underneath their nails.
Come on.
And their faces are pretty scratched up, almost if they went insane and I don't know, bit themselves. Maybe we're still trying to figure it out.
Straight jackets? Are they?
Yeah, we do have them secured. We have them secured.
So
they're.
Are they drugged? Are they?
They're all currently out. They're not in danger at the moment. But we need you to help us assess one of the bodies. We have another nurse assessing the last of the other 2. but we need you to assess this body for us. Mark down any markings, do a full body check. Let us know what you find on this body. We haven't completed it yet.
Okay, is the body strapped table?
No, we don't know who these people are yet.
I mean, since we don't know what's going on, can I have the corpse belted down?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just as an extra precaution, because especially if it's a rabies or something, I don't know, you know.
Should definitely look for signs of pop secret.
No.
Pop secret. Yeah. So the first thing you notice about
you're muted,
this,
Ingrid.
I am?
Yeah.
There you go. You were.
You've been saying things for a long time. I only just now saw your mouth move.
No.
Oh, she just smiled. I don't think she was talking.
So it's making you guys all crazy. So the first thing you notice about this patient is, one, you've never seen them before. Two, they have very, very freakishly pale skin, almost like they're washed up at sea, you kind of can think of. And it's very thin skin. You can almost see their kind of veins underneath and almost like pulsating
I'm
in
gonna
the
ask
arteries.
It has where Dr. Adams is, so he's seen all of the patients. Is he with the ones that he's trying to alive?
Correct. He is. He's pronounced one dead, and he's working on the other. The other two are currently in the care of the nurse, and this one in particular hasn't been looked over yet, but has been sedated by Dr. Adams.
He's dead or alive?
He's alive, very much alive.
Okay, so he is strapped down to the table.
He is, yes.
And it's so he all right. So he's under, and I'm going to begin to take his vitals.
Okay, so when you go in the room, your first appearance, like I said, very thin skin, very pale. Hair is, the hair is kind of, it's very jet black though. So it's kind of strange to see that combination. Not common in, your neck of the woods at all. But you go in and it's very wheezy breathing.
See his veins. Raspy breathing, would you say, or?
Yeah, pretty raspy. And on top of the breathing, when you enter the room, you do hear.
You're screwed.
Be quiet.
Right. Come on, Nurse Danny.
Shut up. No. Breathing. And then he had scratches all over his face. And all over his body, or just face?
Yeah, it looked like he had scratches throughout his body, but not as concentrated as on his face.
Now I hear a crying rock. And then there's skin underneath his fingernails, right?
Yeah.
Fingernails. How long are the fingernails?
They're definitely like almost if somebody was marooned on an island, you would imagine. They definitely aren't kept. They're nice. They're not chipped and broken, but they are definitely a little bit longer.
Well, that's a problem. Don't get close to the nails.
Well, his hands are down. He's strapped. He's strapped to the...
Till he breaks the straps.
DNA.
Mhm. Yep. And so
He's under
so
heavy sedation.
yep.
Okay. So I'm going to
A test.
start looking over his body for anything.
Okay. So you do see that he does have scratches on his face, but you notice it kind of goes down into their neck, almost as if they're clawing at their neck, maybe choking, almost maybe.
Like choking themselves or clawing at their own neck or
More,
something.
yeah, clawing at themselves.
Trying to like cut their own throat.
Yeah, well, on this particular individual. And
is it a
yeah,
local from the town?
No, she's never seen this individual.
Did they have anything on their person when they came in? Like, does he have his pile of things?
Are you asking like the attending nurse, the other nurse?
What are his things? What did he came? So he's in a hospital gown now. Is there anything on his back?
Well, that's the strange thing. We didn't put the hospital gown on him. He came in with it.
Oh, good. I like that.
So he was already wearing a hospital gown. So this isn't. This
Well,
isn't.
The strange thing is we switched vendors last month, and we don't use these anymore.
So this is an old. Why is he still in the old hospital gown? It's not. It can't be sanitary.
I don't know. We didn't want to change anything because the police told us that they need to take notes on everything how they came in. So we left them as
only in hospital gowns. They didn't have any form of identification or anything like that.
No, nothing.
Yes, their butts coming to the hospital, clawing at themselves. Okay. Do you hear that crying?
No. I hear. I mean, they're breathing heavy. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I heard her crying. What? How when they entered the hospital? What were they doing?
They were brought in. One of the park rangers was
They
driving
were
along.
Unconscious when they were brought in.
They were.
Anyone tried to wake one and ask it questions?
We haven't tried to wake them yet. And even when we brought them in and we moved them from, their gurney to the bed, their eyes haven't even opened since they've been here.
Well, you've opened, you lifted it up to check for yourself for vitals, haven't you?
We did try to check their pupils, but their whole eyes appear to be pupils.
Their eyes completely dilated, it's completely black?
Yeah, even like it's almost as if they're not there.
Well, this sounds like a drug. They must have overdosed.
It's possible. I mean, we do have, drug fiends around the wooded area. I don't know.
Calling at themselves some kind of meth? Oh my goodness.
So do you want to open one of their eyes?
Yeah, I'm going to go in with the flashlight and try to open an eye.
Okay. So when you open their eye, it's almost like the light doesn't shine into its eye. It just kind of falls flat. But the strange thing is you do see kind of like in a pond of water with a very dark bottom, you can see a reflection, but you don't see necessarily the light shining off of them.
It's like flat. I'm trying to think as a scientist. I'm trying to think as a nurse and just thinking like, really don't hear that crying?
No, I don't. Well, Danny, listen, I have to go back to the front desk. I'm the only person in triage right now. I hate to leave you here, but I'm
where's
just
Dr.
right
Adams?
outside the door.
Where are the other nurses and Dr. Adams?
He's coming. The other 2 nurses are finishing their assessments.
Well,
So,
I don't know if I feel comfortable being alone.
I mean, Danny, we're all professionals here. We have to treat these people.
Oh, all right. Turn up the sedation.
Okay. So she dials down the IV drippage, and she's like, you know, push the call button if anything happens and you need us.
Is there anything more I need to inspect on this person? I mean, he looks like you both all did a great job. I mean, he doesn't have anything on him, and I think we should just treat this like a drug overdose until they wake up and
Right.
try to get them hydrated.
And in that case, we have to monitor them also if it's a drug overdose. We need you to stay here with them until he wakes up, at least. It's okay, Danny. You're a great nurse.
You
and
can
then
do it,
exits
Danny.
the room. So when this other nurse leaves the room,
Danny.
you hear the wheezing, and
the doors remain open.
Yeah, the door definitely remains open. Do you look at the? Do you turn around and continue monitoring the patient?
I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ah. Okay. Okay. I don't watch scary movies. I don't live this life. This isn't the life that I live. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Right.
I was really scared.
Yeah. Don't worry. I mean, the other nurse is right around the corner. You have the call button.
I'm standing in the doorway.
Okay.
Okay. I'm in the doorway.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
And I also have my taser. And I have a syringe full of stuff that'll kill a man.
Okay. So
standard nurse issue.
Right. So
yet I will look at the man.
Okay. The patients. So the patient's laying there, still laborious breathing. And then you kind of hear the crying faint, but it seems louder when they inhale.
Come on, man. Stop.
And then you hear kind of like on the wind again, you hear something along the lines of like
The question on the chat about Bobby is Bobby Gandalf.
Okay. So I'm gonna call the nurse.
Okay. Well, when you do push that, you hear the meh. It's like, hey, Danny, what's up? But you notice something peculiar. And you're looking at the patient. You do see where they were scratching at their neck. And you see that it's starting to bleed a little bit, and it's kind of, the skin's coming apart.
Oh, come on, man.
I think that the drug or whatever it is, it's still in his throat. I think it's in his throat. I think we need to perform surgery and remove something. It's like he's choking.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a good find. I'll be right there. And then the speaker goes off. Are you going to prepare and take a look and see what you're actually seeing?
She's preparing.
Can I wait for the? Yeah. So I've got gloves on. He's sedated. He is strapped to this bed. You're not going to have him grab me or bite me. You're not going to do that.
No.
He does have teeth, right? Like human teeth.
Oh yeah, human teeth. Yeah,
they're
very humanoid.
Biting himself.
Yeah.
So
even before
I'm gonna get that thing. I'm gonna get that thing. That the thing. The dental thing.
The dental dam.
dental dam. The something to lock his jaw, I'm guessing, so he doesn't bite down.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Ingrid
So,
needs help. What is this? What is it called?
You gotta trachum.
Like, wait, like the thing at the dentist where they're like holding your lips
Yeah.
up.
I can only think about that game that they made where you put that thing in your mouth. They're like like a skeleton or something.
So I put a dental dam in his mouth.
Oh God.
And then I'm gonna take one of those prongy things, you know?
Okay.
And so he's got the dental dam in, right?
And you put a speculum in his mouth.
I'm gonna put a speculum in his mouth and I'm going in.
Okay. So you definitely do feel something kind of firm in his throat. And yeah, in the patient's throat, you do feel something firm.
And I'm gonna
the stone.
Okay. And as you take it out, you hear
Is it a stone?
and it's a stone, kind of similar to the one that Ada showed you.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm gonna put it in, you know, they have the thing where you, if you were taking stuff out. See, I'm not really a nurse. I just play one on kids on bikes.
I'm enjoying listening to your description.
No, I had this dream when I was getting my gallbladder taken out that the gallstones were laughing at me, just like this moment.
Gross.
So I'm gonna put it on like the doctor table thing where they would put when they're taking the things out. I was eating like the movie, like just some basin. So I put the rock in the basin.
Okay.
And I take out the dental dam.
Yeah.
I stand back and check his vitals, see if that changes his condition in any way.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh shit!
Oh,
he murdered him.
Yep. As soon as you took the stone out and you put it in the water, the alarms went off and he's flatlining. And
so I'm like,
you guys go into full code blue. And yeah, he's, after a while of trying, you just notice that his chest is sunken in and his cheeks are flat, and he is deceased.
Wow.
Murderer.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you see the stone, what's your first thought?
It's a stone.
Yeah, at first I'm just like, I'm relieved to get it out of him. Mm-hmm. And yes, I noticed the giggle or whatever, but I'm like, okay, maybe like he was choking and this is like a drug thing and he's overdosing, and I'm thinking I'm saving his life. And then all that stuff goes down, he's dead. And when I go to explain the situation to Dr. Adams and the nurse, that's when I stop and I see the stone, and it looks like the one at Veda's house. The one
so as soon as you do think
what in the
about
fuck
that,
with these stones,
you do hear Veda.
Oh no!
Whoa.
Why does it know her name?
Okay. So you're going to continue working your shift. Morgue's come and picked up the body.
Well, we're going to need a biopsy. No, the hospital would keep it. They'd do a biopsy.
Well, the coroner at the county's office would do the biopsy and the autopsy.
No, not always.
Ingrid's like, this is not how this happens. This is not how it goes. I can't even watch. I can't even play. This is not how it goes down. Let me tell you, Veda knows this is how it goes.
They would do something like that mysterious. They would do the biopsy in the hospital, wouldn't they?
Biopsy.
You're talking about autopsy or biopsy?
Autopsy.
Biopsy, they cut things off you and test for cancer.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah. So they would go to the medical examiner's office, wherever that would be for the county.
Oh, so I was a bit correct on that.
So they would take them out of the hospital?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unless you're at like a facility where they
They have
do
the corner and
like the county hospital or
Then,
something.
of course, if you're at a teaching hospital, then there's all sorts of things you could fill out, like
they're sending
waivers
it
and
to
such, where we can
Bones.
present the body to the students to do scientific things like, I don't know, pull rocks out of your pancreas.
All right.
So
Oh,
yeah.
Are taken?
So so Danny, you're a little shaken.
Oh my gosh.
But what do you do with the stone?
I didn't say Veda. The fuck?
Well,
Pocket that stone.
Like, it's evidence this person's dead.
Pocket the goddamn.
I mean, all you hear is continuous crying.
And Veda's name, right?
Yep. You did hear it say Veda when you thought about the stone that Veda had.
Ugh. Gross.
Well, I told the nurses and the doctors what I found in his throat. So they don't need that. They don't need to take that.
I mean,
Thought you were crazy.
Yeah, as far as they know, they just kind of, they're just, really, sorry that you had to go through that trauma.
Yeah, I don't know why Danny would want to take this rock.
Yeah,
I mean, Veda's name.
Yeah, I mean, you do hear it crying from the kidney basin.
Why would a rock say Veda's name? That's not normal. Just then Dylan appears. I'm just kidding.
So you're gonna leave it? Are you gonna leave it in the kidney basin? Because the other nurse can come and clean up.
Yeah.
Okay.
See what happens.
All right. So the other nurse comes back and they're like, Danny, I'm so sorry. We had no idea that was going to happen. I mean, what ended up happening?
Well, I was inspecting the body and I saw that, he had scratched up his face, but a lot of the heavy claw marks were at his throat. And I did notice that it was bleeding and he had that raspy breathing. I'm actually quite surprised nobody had checked his throat already. Have you checked any of the other bodies' throats or any of the other patients in here? You should check their throats. I mean, if this is some weird drug thing.
Well, we did. I mean, we didn't find anything. Did you find something?
Yeah, I told you. I pulled something out of his throat.
Yeah, but what did you pull out? I mean,
It was a rock.
A rock?
It's over at the table. Go look. That's what I pulled out of his throat.
Okay, so they go over there and they look at the table and they're like, I mean, I see like your gauze and the dental dam you used. And I don't see a rock though.
Do I see a rock?
Yeah, you can peer into the kidney basin and you do see the rock.
So I take the fire thingies and I pick up the rock and I'm like, you don't see the rock?
No, that's just some gauze.
Whoa.
I can't do this right now. Okay. How much longer do you guys need me? Is my shift almost over? Or
do you hear that? Do you hear that crying?
You hear it?
Oh shit, it's the waiting room. Hold on. I bet that kid fell off that damn chair and they rush out of the room.
Don't play that.
So as you're holding it, when you peer at the rock, you hear the
I'm gonna put it in a Ziploc bag.
Okay.
Ziploc will contain anything, even haunted rocks.
I'm gonna
Everyone else sees gauze, but Danny sees a rock.
Yep.
How big is the rock?
It definitely will fit in your palm.
It's a skipping stone, Sean.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the other one was.
I want to make it clear that this rock has not touched my skin. It has not touched me.
It's okay. Does it? Yeah.
It laughs at you. Either way.
And then I'm gonna take a little tin medical box off the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to put the rock in that tin box. I'm going to close it. And then I'm going to put it in my bag.
Alone.
So it's on my person. And I'm going to tell the rock, shut up, or you're going in a river. Be quiet. I'm gonna put you in a bowl of hot lava.
It's dark.
Who are you?
Oh, that's something. Oh.
I'm gonna talk to the rock. What are you? What are you?
It just continues to cry.
So, am I able to leave? Do I need to talk to Dr. Adams or any
yeah, you can I think you can finish your shift.
So
you definitely do hear
the rock's in my bag, it's hanging, I'm doing my shift. I can't hear it while I'm doing my shift, probably, right?
No, you do hear it crying.
The whole, it's loud.
Yeah, and it's just saying it's dark and it's saying alone.
Alrighty, I continue my shift, and it is locked away.
You have successfully contained the rock.
Okay. All right. So Jeffrey.
Yes.
You are going to make it back to your dojo. And you kind of have a half scraped off spiral circular shape on the back of your truck. And when you get to your dojo, are you going to park the trailer or take it back to the owner if you borrowed it?
I guess I'll take it back to the owner.
Okay. So you do take it back to the owner, and the owner's kind of a country person that they're like, well, Jeffrey, I thank you for bringing this back so soon. I was not expecting it until tomorrow.
Oh, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I won't be needing it anymore, so.
Yeah, well, it must have been one hell of a parade, I just saw the darndest thing.
Really? What's that?
One of those clown folk. I don't know if there is clowns probably at the parade. I'm guessing this feller lives out a little bit further in the country than I do. And he was just walking in the dirt, just kicking his shoes, his strange clown shoes in the dirt, walking down.
Did he make any markings in the dirt, or was he just...
No, he's just walking, didn't seem like he cared at all about anything. Glanced up into the sky every once in a while, but don't know. His wig had fallen off also, so he looked quite strange.
Huh.
Yeah, but who knows? He probably walked off into those woods there.
Yeah.
He might live in the woods.
Yeah, he does.
Right? Because what's wrong with the clown who lives in the woods?
That's pretty suspicious. Have you seen anything else?
He was the only thing that really came over here. He just simply walked down the dirt road, dragging his feet. I bet those clown shoes get him tired, being so heavy and whatnot. It was strange. He had a pink poodle in his hand too.
Ew.
One of those balloon animals.
Oh.
He must have been from the parade.
Yeah, I reckon so. Anyhow, you be careful driving on back into town, okay?
All right. You have a nice day.
Well, thank you, Jeffrey. All right, so you're driving back into town, and you do see something yellow, silky, with polka dots walking in front of you, kind of in the ditch on the side there. It's really laborious walking, like very heavy stepping, like they're really kind of walking in mud or something.
they look like a clown?
It definitely does look like a clown to you, Jeffrey.
Huh.
And yeah.
Sweep the legs. The legs.
I'm just gonna roll down the window and kind of yell out like, "Hey, what are you doing out here?"
Hey, clown!
Okay,
Oh.
Pee Wee Herman, clown.
The clown stops as soon as you roll your window down and say, "What did you call him, clown?" He said, "Just hey, clown."
I'm just gonna yell out like, "Hey, what are you doing out here?"
oh, I'm so relieved to see you.
Why? Were you looking for me?
Yes, all day. All day I've been looking. Yes. Praise
For
it.
what?
Praise it be. Praise it be. I am
No,
done.
don't say praise it be.
Yes, I am done. And he leans over towards your car and he throws a pink balloon animal, the pink poodle balloon animal, into your cab of your truck or your vehicle. He's like, praise be, and he runs off
No.
into the woods.
I'm gonna throw it out the window and drive off.
And you hear, no, no.
Keep driving.
I'm gonna like keep driving, but like be very confused and kind of, like do like a double take. Like, did I just hear that?
No. And then you start driving and you get about maybe a mile outside of town. And that's about maybe, half a mile from that where you encountered the clown. And you almost have like, you feel deaf. Everything's very numb.
Really? Like I can't hear at all, or just like.
No, you can hear. It just feels numb.
Like when you get that ringing in your ear sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost like you can hear, but it's like the term deafening silence.
Huh. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna
Be deaf now.
heading towards the dojo and see if it gets any worse.
Okay. Yeah. So you definitely do go to your dojo, and you feel ill.
Oh no. Don't go to the hospital. Don't go to the hospital.
Yeah, you do feel ill. You feel like you might be able to sleep this off. But you definitely do feel ill. When you get to your dojo, describe your dojo for me, because I know you said that you live in your dojo, correct?
Yeah.
You live above it?
Yeah, there's like an upper like kind of loft area where I like sleep and stuff and
Okay. So you get home and you definitely look up
with your Sasquatch stuffed animals for comfort.
Yeah, I mean when you do look up, you do see you presume you left a light on in your dojo upstairs, but you kind of do get the sense that somebody's at the window because you do see an outline. So you think somebody's broken into your dojo. Okay. And when you look up, you do kind of see the shape of an elderly man, kind of hunched over.
Dude.
Like in the corner or like out the window?
He's out the window, looking at you out the window, and and he's hunched over.
You're in the no bueno zone. You are in the no bueno zone.
Yeah, and so you definitely, I mean, how does Jeffrey feel about that?
I'm gonna say he's
I mean, Jeffrey's a bona fide badass, right?
Yeah, he knows kung fu.
Like I'm gonna say he's on edge, like he's ready to protect himself, but he's not. Is there like? I'm gonna like try and like pull the shades or like cover the window and just try and get some sleep, and hopefully I feel better in the morning.
Okay. So yeah, you close the window, but you definitely hear.
Oh. Whoa.
Like
What the
he's
fuck?
like, or like kind of like hitting on the window kind of thing, or like
It's a bell.
Yeah, it's like
Goddamn
a bell.
bell.
like a
though.
bell.
So screwed.
It's freaking bell, dude.
I'm
Chris,
disturbed.
you brought props to this shit.
Come on, trying to live my life. I can't.
And it sounds like it's coming out from outside the window.
Yeah, it definitely does. Like you know that it's definitely can't be coming from the window, outside the window, because you wouldn't be able to hear it because your window's closed.
You don't
So
like
it sounds like it's inside then, or
Yeah, presumably.
like on the like same floor or below me.
On the same floor. It's almost like it's coming from within inside your head, though.
Man.
I'm gonna try and sleep it off.
He's like, I'm
That'd be my
gonna
reaction
like
too.
some mental
Meditation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
I just need to do some yoga.
yeah, so you definitely do close your eyes, and it stops, and you just hear the word "so dark," and you wake up, and you look over, and it's literally been like 5 minutes.
No, I can't. I don't want to do it. No.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do it. Keep going.
What do you mean he's looked over?
I'm
Looks
gonna
over.
try and go back to sleep.
He looks over.
Came to me.
Oh no.
Okay. So you go back to sleep, and this time you hear, you do hear that it says cold in your dreams. It's pitch black. It's one of those weird dreams where you're completely self-aware, and you're laying in bed, and you have this sinking feeling on your chest that you can't breathe. Almost as if somebody was pushing down on your windpipe in your chest at the same time. So you breathe out and you're trying to breathe back in, but it's like nothing can enter your lungs. And it says, "Then die with me."
Oh, whoa.
Am I
And
still asleep or am I
as,
awake?
as far as you know, you were sleeping and you woke up and you just can't breathe at this moment. And you hear "die with me."
I'm gonna say,
I do not accept your proposal.
Let's go spiritual on this.
I'm gonna try and walk out to my car.
So your legs feel extremely heavy. Like you can't move them. They're pinned down. And you start hearing, "Bobby."
I'm gonna kind of say out loud, like, "Where are you?"
"You know where."
Freak!
And then right before you snap out of this frozen state, it says, "Praise be."
No.
Okay. Am I still unable to move?
No, as soon as you're able to move, you hear "Praise be."
Okay.
So you said you were heading to your car. What were you heading to your car for?
I was gonna go back and see if the balloon animal is still on the side of the road.
Okay.
Oh God!
So
Why would you go for that thing?
Hey.
That feels absolutely correct to you.
Okay. Is the
Yeah.
symbol still in my car?
It is, and the strange thing is it's actually completed again. It's not scraped anymore. Mm-hmm.
Wait, what's not scraped?
Symbol.
Yeah, he had a symbol on the back of his car that was a spiral shape.
For his protection.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so are you going to enter your car?
Before I enter my car, I'm gonna like act kind of confused and like kind of try and like rub it away again and see what happens.
So as you go to rub the paint off your car, you realize that you have white paint on your hand.
Like before I wiped it, I had
Yeah,
paint in my hand?
before you wiped it, while you're picking up your hand, you notice that you had white paint on your hand. And it was like you dipped your fingers into paint.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, man.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And judging by the, how fresh the paint is on your fingers and the window, you can only imagine that if it was you had possibly most recently completed that circle with the spiral.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And so as you're probably looking at the circle, the spiral and circular shape, and you hear on the wind, go.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point it's dark.
Oh.
It's not sundown like it was when you saw.
And did anything happen when I tried to wipe it off?
Yeah, you kind of stopped because you noticed the paint on your hand and you're kind of perplexed by that.
Okay.
Yeah. You can continue to wipe the paint off and drive out to the location of said stone balloon animal.
All right.
Go to Bobby's.
Bobby is the answer to all. Praise be.
I am going to I'm gonna continue to wipe off the symbol.
Okay.
Before I go.
So for some reason, as you're starting to wipe off the symbol, you hear like a trash can fall over. And when you look back, you see James Morgan, and he's kind of hunched with like a cloth-shaped hand.
James.
And he lowers it and goes, "Well, hey, Jeffrey, how are you?"
Ew.
Do I know you?
Built head.
Well, Jeffrey, we all know each other in this town. What do you got there?
I don't know. This symbol on my truck just kind of like it kind of just appeared after the parade. I think this clown put it on here.
And then, so when you gesture to the symbol, you notice James Morgan kind of get really starry-eyed, and he just gasps.
Oh.
And he says, "I have to go." And he walks away. And as he walks away, he's just...
Oh, creepy.
You know what, Udaquad? I'm tired of your shit.
Did you say Udaquad?
Right?
Wait a minute. Udaquad is not in this world.
This is Udaquad's world.
This is a dream of Udaquads? Is that what you're saying? This is a Udaquad dream?
Yeah. The dream within a dream.
Udaquad, you wake up with 1d4 plus your level of psychic damage for this fucked up
Psychic
dream,
damage.
you fucker.
Yeah. So, Jeffrey, do you continue wiping off the symbol, or
Yes.
okay?
There you go. Don't let the symbol win.
Yeah.
I don't want the symbol win.
All
Do
right.
that.
Exactly.
Okay. And so now, what do you do, Jeffrey?
Has the ringing stopped too in my head? Like, have I got my
No.
hearing back? Or is that still happening?
No, it's still, the bell has stopped, but you definitely still you have that numb feeling still from your hearing. The senses is really numb.
Dump. We all don't know that. Dump at the same time.
All right, I'm gonna start driving back to the area where I threw the balloon animal out of the car.
Okay. So as you're driving closer to that, the dirt street, because you know where it's at, you start feeling a little bit more at peace and you're calm. And you can see a couple yards ahead of you because of your headlights, and this is out in the country. And so you're driving and you have to slam on your brakes. Go ahead and give me a flight check with a flight of, let's see, a flight. We'll go in and say, what year is your pickup? Or how old is it? You can even give me is it an older pickup?
When's the last time you had work service?
I would say it's older, like a hand-me-down kind of thing.
Okay.
No.
So, so you are going to go ahead and give me a flight check with a rating to beat of 4 or higher.
I have a bad.
My dojo master's about to die in a car wreck.
Oh, what's gonna happen here?
You have any adversity points? Because you might want to use them.
Oh.
No, but he does gain 1 for this after this event.
Oh boy.
Okay, so
I live.
So Jeffrey, you're driving down the dirt road. You're feeling the rocks kick up underneath you, and you hear the crunch in the gravel and the dirt. And you start feeling calm, and you get to this part where you're almost like, wow, I could probably go to sleep right now. I'm so calm. And
No.
and you have to slam on your brakes immediately. And the reason why is because as you look up, you see your clown friend shaking his hands in the air, crying in the street, and poof, you run him over, slamming on your brakes, skidding into him.
Oops.
Thank goodness for that. Holy fuck. I thought it was going to be worse. So I'm okay with this.
So you do get a adversity token for that. So congratulations.
I thought it was going to be Dylan in that moment. I was like, no, you didn't just kill me.
Because of somebody's actions.
I'm like, I needed, can I do a brawn? I was like worried. I was worried.
Yeah, and so you definitely. What's your reaction, Jeffrey? You just ran over a wigless, painted-faced clown.
Good job.
I guess I'm gonna
man.
get out and wait. How close am I to where I threw the thing out of my car? Am I like right there, pretty much?
I mean, you could be. You see the clown that gave you the pink balloon animal.
Well, I guess I'm gonna get out and see if he's like dead or not.
Okay. So you get out and you hear him saying, "You're number 5. Number 5.
Oh.
Praise be number 5. Praise be number 5."
Johnny 5 is alive.
And he's like crawling towards the ditch, and he is like really, you can tell he's suffering. Like he definitely hit him good.
Okay.
And he stops crawling as you get out, and he like, you know, occasionally turns his head, and you can see that, you know, he has some blood on his face because, you know, he cracked his head open, and he says, "Number 5, praise be number 5." And he keeps crawling towards the ditch, towards the edge of the ditch, and then he kind of points with like a jagged finger.
Is he pointing to anything, or?
Yeah, he's pointing towards the ditch.
I'm no clown expert, but I might. I would guess he's probably pointing to the balloon.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try and like check without getting too close to the ditch. Just kind of glance.
Okay, so as soon as you look that way, you start hearing it. No.
Can I see anything?
Yeah, you see like a remnants of a pink balloon animal, just kind of, you know, the balloon animal's popped now, and you just see this straggling piece of rubber kind of on the ground.
Guess I'll pick it up.
Yeah, you have a flashlight.
Okay, I'll shine a flashlight on it first.
Okay, so you hear crying, and then you see a little reflection, not too much, but a little one, and you hear, and it's you know, you kind of see what you can make out just sitting on top, kind of like a little bit wrapped around is the balloon animal a little bit, but it's since popped, so it's really kind of like a straggly piece of rubber folded around this what you assume to be is a rock.
It's a very sad balloon animal.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely dead.
I'll pick up the rock and I'll get back in my car.
Poor clown.
Yeah. That guy didn't give me very good vibes.
So are you going to leave the clown there?
Is the clown still crawling into the ditch?
Well, he's now pointing at you, and he's saying, "Praise be 5, praise be 5."
I'm gonna ask him what he means by that.
He says, "Praise be." It's like, soon, praise be.
Soon what?
Soon. And then he starts like, you know, kind of kneeling to get up. He says, I'm done here, praise be. And he kind of walks off into the thick of the wood.
All right, I'm gonna get back in my car and head back to the dojo.
Okay. As you're driving back to the dojo, you do hear on the wind, Bobby.
Telling you.
Okay.
Hey, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
I
was gonna say it's a good time to pause. Yep, and we'll definitely do a recap.
Interesting.
Yep.
What's going on? Are we pausing?
Turning into like a horror movie.
We are definitely pausing till our next session with Jeffrey driving
Boris
back.
No, Boris missed out.
I need Boris.
Oh,
Boris is like my one confidant. This whole freaking game. He's gone.
That got really creepy really fast.
Yeah, I'm totally creeped out by all of it.
I'm pretty sure that Danny and Jeffrey made it all fucking weird.
It all started with the whole popcorn thing.
Right.
I'm blaming Levi.
And the spiral.
Big boy out of this.
Oh, actually, yeah, the spirals.
Levi. Yeah.
The praise bees.
So definitely the next game I'll probably introduce you guys to a new rule. Right now we're doing a little bit more, keeping it simple so we can get the hang of it. But our next session, we'll introduce some additional rules. They're called planned and snap decisions. And you guys are going to start using those a little bit more as our story picks up.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was awesome, Chris. Good job.
Oh man. Yeah. I didn't know where it was gonna go, and I was like, okay, what's going? And then it just started unfolding really rapidly. So
yeah, that's improv. So now I got to recap this and steer it.
Yeah, once it started cooking, it was really cooking.
Yep.
Oh,
I agree.
All right, I'm signing off, guys.
Good night.
Excellent. See ya.
I'm signing off too, guys. Good night.
Good
See ya.
night.
Thank you.